What up, guys? Gay Spranks back with a brand new episode of my monthly figure purchases. We are here for the month of June 2023. Hope you guys enjoyed the last episode. Welcome back to another month of me making some very bad financial decisions. But this month we have some absolute bangers. There's some figures that I'm really looking forward to. I'm not going to waste too much time on the intro here because we got a lot to show off, got a lot to talk about in the pre-order and news section. A lot of news has come out about San Diego Comic-Con exclusives that are going to be coming out in July. So a lot of cool stuff was announced this month, and I got a lot of cool stuff, and we'll be showing that off throughout the episode. To be honest, this might be my favorite episode in quite a while, just with all the things that I picked up. I got some really cool stuff, some stuff I've wanted for quite a while, and some stuff I wanted to check out, so it's a nice fun mixture. This month, though, I did not get any graphic novels. I'm going to be honest, I don't know if anybody's interested in that portion. I know for the past few episodes, I've kind of squeezed it in with the figures, and I know this is mainly like a figure video, but I enjoy showing off the books. I think it's kind of all part of that culture, that kind of nerd culture. So that's why I've been mentioning it in the past few episodes, but this month I did not pick anything up. But let me know in the comment section if you'd like me to create another segment in the series regarding graphic novels. Maybe I can pick one or two up a month, and that could be something else that we kind of explore. Let me know in the comment section. I'm open to ideas. I did finish one of the books from the last episode, which was the Godzilla vs. Power Rangers. To be honest, I didn't really enjoy it. It was fine. It was exactly what you were expecting. As I was reading the story, I always knew what was going to come next. It was just a very predictable story, and it didn't really blow me away. There were a couple cool things that happened, but not enough for me to recommend someone checking this out. But in case you missed it from the last episode, Godzilla vs. the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Cool concept, but like I said, the execution and overall presentation was very by the books. At least with the TMNT crossover, they kind of added stuff where the turtles ended up morphing and becoming the Turtle Rangers. They had fun with that. There's not really too much you can do with a character that doesn't talk and is just one giant angry lizard, so for what it was, I thought it was okay, but it was very predictable. Something I actually did not predict is at the very end, they actually tease a possible sequel to this. So we might be seeing Godzilla vs. the Power Rangers number 2. Honestly, I don't see it happening, but there's a chance. I feel like with comic stuff, there's a lot more that they're willing to gamble with, even if something's not successful. Where a movie, if you want to make a movie, you need $80 million to create a movie or something like that. Somewhere in that ballpark for that budget. And I don't know what the expenses are for a comic. I'm going to guess maybe $20,000 when it comes to writing the story, getting someone to do the art, the coloring, getting the licenses for some of these IPs. So I'm not sure if there'll be a second one. I'm not sure how well it did. I don't keep up with comic sales, but I don't think this was something that people were asking for and something people want to see in the future. So yeah, it is what it is. If you're interested in reading this, if you see it on sale, I would say pick it up. Other than that, I think this could be a big skip for you. But yeah, if you'd like me to turn this into a segment for the next episode, let me know in the comment section. I'd like some feedback on that. But you know what? Enough about the books. Let's get into the figure showing off because like I mentioned, there are so many cool things that I got this month. So without further ado, if you're new to this series, I'm going to play a pre-recorded video and it kind of breaks down the different collections that I am building towards. So I will cue that up right now. If this isn't your first time watching this, you kind of know what the collections that I'm building towards. You can click on the timestamps in the description and skip to the next segment or whatever segment you'd like to check out. So without further ado, let's check out what I collect and let's get into showing off some figures. Before I show off what I got for the month, I'm going to quickly go through what I'm collecting and what you can expect in this series. And it breaks down to 8 different collections. First one, we got Marvel Legends. For this, I mainly collect Spider-Man and X-Men, mainly anything that comes in those lines. I've broken down and basically started collecting one of each character. I don't collect everybody per se. There are characters where I will shy away from. Characters who I'm very not familiar with, I will stay away from. Unless they're on clearance and they're a good deal, I might snag them up. But I tend to just stick with characters that I'm familiar with or I know somewhat. And with the Marvel Legends, I don't collect any MCU figures. I mainly just do comic, video game, or animated show design characters. Next, I collect McFarlane's DC Multiverse. For this, I mainly just do Batman, his allies, his villains, just kind of get one of each. I am starting to build out some other collections like Flash and Green Lantern. Now I'm kind of looking to collect one of each major character. Major villains, major heroes, kind of do like a Legion of Doom and a Justice League kind of setup. For this as well, no movie figures, strictly video game or comic inspired designs. Next, I collect Transformers. For my Transformers collection, I only collect Beast Wars figures, or animal characters, whatever you'd like to say. With this, I started collecting with the Kingdom line, and that has transitioned to the Transformers Legacy line, so that's what I'm collecting now. I also collect the Retro Beast Wars figures, and for this, I'm just kind of looking to collect one of each, Predacons, Maximals, stuff like that. Next, I collect Dragon Ball S.H.Figuarts. For this collection, I'm just looking to collect one of each character. Now, each character does have multiple forms, like Goku, for example, has 7 different Saiyan forms. I might collect those all eventually, but my main priority is just getting one of each character. Next, I collect Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. With this one, it's a little weird. I like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I respect them more than I like them. I grew up somewhat with them. I'm not crazy about them, but I like them enough to where I want some representation of them in my collection. So that's why I've decided to collect the Loyal Subjects Best Action line. For this, I just really want the Turtles and Shredder. They are creating other characters, but for me, I want to collect all 4 Turtles and Shredder. And once I have that, I'll start to collect some of the other figures. But if they decide to end the line eventually, I'll be happy with having the Turtles and having Shredder. Next, I collect video game characters. For this, I mainly collect characters from video games that kind of mean something to me, my favorite games. I also collect some figures of characters from other games, kind of, bigger games, Sonic, Mario, stuff like that. But I tend to just pick characters from games that I really care about. Next, I collect Power Rangers. For this, I collect Hasbro's Power Rangers Lightning Collection. With this, I'm looking to collect one of each Ranger, each villain, just one of each. There's also a couple different items in the Lightning Collection. They're starting to do the Zords, and they do some roleplay items. For me, I do plan on collecting the Zord Ascension Project as they release more of that. In terms of roleplay items, not for me. For me, I'm just about the figures. And then last but not least, I collect wrestling figures. For this, I collect mainly WWE Elite Style or AEW Unrivaled Unmatched. I collect both those lines. I'm just looking to collect one of each wrestler. And fun fact about this collection in particular, it is the only collection of mine that I take out of box for whatever reason. Everything else stays in the box, and I display it as such. So now that you know what I collect, let's see what additions are going to be coming to my collection this month. This month, we're going to be adding to 7 of the 8 collections. The one collection of mine that's not getting an addition is Beast Wars. And a funny story before we even get into the figure showing off. So after I did the last video, I immediately went to eBay and I was like, I want to look up like prices and kind of the condition of boxes for the Beast Wars figures. So I was doing some research. I was looking up figures that I'm looking to get and add to my collection. And honestly, there was a lot better prices than what I was expecting. I thought there was just going to be exorbitant amounts of money that they were asking for. But to be honest, most of them I thought were like pretty reasonable. I'm like, okay, that's not bad. That's pretty good. And anyways, I was looking at one character in particular. I'm not going to say who because, I don't want to spoil it until they come. But I was looking at the character and I'm like, oh, you know what? That's kind of a lot of money. I'm like, I'm going to hold off or I'm going to look if somebody else is selling it for cheaper. I think the next day or day after, eBay sent me an email like, hey, one of those things that you were just looking at, yeah, it's now discounted for 15% off. And I'm like, bro, you're kidding me. You really want me to buy this fucking figure, right? So I saw it for the 15% off, and I'm like, damn, that is a good price. This thing is perfect, mint on card. It's one of the rare characters that I have on my list. So I was like, I can't turn down a fucking good deal, so I bought it. And goddamn, it is taking its sweet time getting to my house. I ordered it early June, and we're at the end of June, and I still have not received it. It's stuck in Chicago somewhere. I don't know if there's a thing going on in Chicago, because I also have another package that's there, but it hasn't been there for as long. But yeah, it's really taking its sweet time. I was really hoping it would come here in time, like just at the buzzer beater at the end of June. I waited till the very last minute. It just never came. I don't know. I was very disappointed with that. But hopefully we'll have it for the next month. But in terms of this month, we are going to be starting out with DC Multiverse, and the character that I am adding to my collection is a villain. It's a Superman villain, and if you know me, I'm not the biggest Superman fan, but I do want this character because he's one of Superman's bigger bads. And the character I am talking about is the opposite of Superman. Some might even call him quite bizarre. He is Bizarro. But yeah, here we have Bizarro from DC's Multiverse, McFarlane's DC Multiverse. And this is a figure I've had on my list to pick up for a while. And I saw it for a decent little price, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to finally pull the trigger on it. And this is the figure that I got this month. And it's all right. It's not my favorite version of Bizarro. This is based on the DC Rebirth design, so it's kind of a little bit of a different Superman. If you look at the actual Superman that this is based on, the suit is accurate. Now, it doesn't really match the Superman that's in my collection, because this is the Superman that I have in my collection, the very classic looking. You got the red underwear, the yellow belt, nice big S on the chest. We'll talk more about him later. Yeah, so it's not really like a Bizarro version, at least not for the Superman that I have. But there is a Superman that looks very similar to this. You got the backwards S, you got the kind of zombified face of him. Looks very decrepit. I think it's funny how he looks so like old and dead, and he's just got that funny, cool haircut, like hipster type haircut. It's really funny to me. I don't know why. Shouldn't he have long hair if he's the Bizarro one? Shouldn't he have the opposite of what Superman has? If Superman has that hipster haircut, you know, Bizarro should have some lengthy locks. Just a thing that I'm pointing out. But yeah, in terms of Bizarros, I'm gonna be honest, it's not my favorite design. When I think of Bizarro, I think of more purple in his color scheme. Like, instead of the red, it's more of a purple. But with this one, they ended up going with red, and I don't know. It looks a little off to me. It doesn't scream Bizarro. It is Bizarro in the sense of, like, yeah, that is the Bizarro character, but it's not what I think of when I think of Bizarro. So I was kind of debating if I even wanted to get this, but for the price that I saw it for, I was like, I'm kind of on the fence about it, but the price kind of pushed me over to pulling the trigger on that. So that's why I ended up picking it up. But if they do end up doing another Bizarro, and hopefully he gets more purple in his suit, I will happily switch out this Bizarro for that one, depending on if they do another one and what he looks like. So anyways, enough about what I would like to see in a Bizarro. Let's talk about this Bizarro here. Looking pretty good. I guess we'll show off the box, and then we'll talk about the accessories in the box. So typical McFarlane box. Bizarro on the bottom there. On this side, we see Bizarro DC Rebirth. On the other side, Bizarro on top. Just a little window. On the bottom, some boring stuff. If you're really interested, you can pause the video. And on the back, we see a nice shot of Bizarro there. So the character really doesn't have any purple, at least this version of Bizarro. So in the box, we kind of showed off Bizarro already, but one thing that I actually like that he comes with is an extra set of hands and a stand. Typically, most McFarlane figures don't come with, they just come with the figure itself. They're not really fond of adding accessories, which is unfortunate. But yeah, so you just get a nice set of hands. At least you get something. He's got the tattered cape in the background, looking nice. You see the holes there. But here is Bizarro, and here is a Superman next to him. I really like this Superman quite a bit. I had an opportunity to get the DC Rebirth Superman, like before I even had a Superman in my collection. I was kind of weighing my options, but I wasn't really a fan of the belt specifically, where the belts, it's pretty much that exactly on the Superman Rebirth. I like this specific look for Superman. That's what I think of when I think of the big red guy. Hopefully they will do something more akin to this, but with some purple instead of the red. But yeah, I digress about that. But here's a nice shot of Superman with Bizarro, and here's a nice shot of the kind of rogues gallery I have for Superman so far. You got Lex Luthor in the power suit, Bizarro, and General Zod. And General Zod and Bizarro are both based on the same comic line, the DC Rebirth, so they kind of fit together. I think I have no recollection because I haven't read this version of Superman. I actually haven't really read many Superman comics. There's one that I read that I really enjoyed. It was Superman Earth 1. I really enjoyed that as a Superman story, to be honest. But in terms of like Superman stories, it's usually he's mixed in with like the Flash or Batman or Justice League thing. I haven't really read too much solo Superman stuff, so the DC Rebirth one doesn't really mean anything to me. But yeah, just a nice little rogues gallery, like I mentioned, of Superman, and we'll include the guy himself. There's not really a good way to do this because someone's probably gonna get cut out. Maybe I can. Hold on. Okay, if there's a will, there's a way. And here we have Superman and a couple of his villains. And I think it looks pretty good. I think what we need for the next Superman villain, it's got to be Brainiac, right? They just announced a Doomsday, like a classic-looking Doomsday, and that looks really awesome. Unfortunately, it's in a 2-pack, so you got to get a Superman if you want to get the Doomsday. That's a big one. But Brainiac is one that has not been touched, so hopefully we will see a Brainiac sooner than later. But as far as Bizarro, not too much to say. I'm very indifferent about it. If so, I'm more negative than positive. But you know what? Fuck it. It's cool to have them in my collection. Next, we are going to be jumping into Dragon Ball S.H.Figuarts, and this is a figure that I was supposed to get last month. This is one of the figures that was stuck in that box that I thought was missing or something had happened to it. So it finally made its way to my house, which I'm super happy about, and let's introduce him real quick. It is a pretty cool character. I remember when they first were kind of doing these type of characters, I'll just kind of introduce and then talk about it, but it is a fusion character of Dragon Ball. That means two characters coming together, combining into one, and the character I am talking about is Super Saiyan God Gogeta. This is from the Dragon Ball Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. Yeah, I didn't know if it was Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Super, but it's from the Broly movie. And I think this figure looks pretty awesome. First off, it's a fusion figure, so it's Goku and Vegeta together after they do the funny little dance. And this is one of their fusion forms. The other one is Vegito, who, I'm going to be honest, I'm more of a Vegito guy than a Gogeta. I just think Vegito looks so much cooler, like the blue suit with the orange, and he just looks so much cooler. Plus the earrings, I think, are cooler of a fusion. I mean, the dance is funny because, you know, they can fuck up the dance, and then if they mess up the dance, then they can get like a really old version, a really out of shape version, just some monstrosity of a fusion. So the dancing is fun, but to me, I like Vegito. Anyways, let's talk about Gogeta. One of the reasons I kind of bought this figure, like it is something that I wanted to add to my collection, but one of the reasons, this is kind of a 2-in-1 figure. Not only do you get the Super Saiyan God Gogeta figure, but if you look carefully, I don't know why they covered it, but you also get a regular head for Gogeta. So there's a little display of him on the back. So here is what he looks like in the box with the blue hair and Super Saiyan God form. And if you don't like that, you can replace it with the regular hair version, which I think is really cool. So like I said, it kind of is a 2-in-1 figure, where typically they would, sell you this version and then sell you like a basic version of Gogeta. You get 2 for the price of 1, so that's a really sweet deal. I'm very happy about that. And honestly, I think the figure looks pretty good. I still have not gotten used to the blue hair in terms of the Super Saiyan God stuff that came way after in Dragon Ball Super. For me, my Dragon Ball stuff is really like a little bit of Dragon Ball, mainly Dragon Ball Z, and very little Dragon Ball GT. So when I see the blue hair, I'm just like, geez, what the fuck? And then I remember, oh yeah, this is their super amplified version. It looks cool, but for me, I'm kind of a purist. I like just the regular default Super Saiyan golden hair. But the God one, it's a pretty good version. I like it too. But in terms of the figure, I think it looks pretty good. You get a lot of stuff with it. You get a couple different head sculpts. So we'll take a look at the figure himself. Looking very menacing. Obviously, he is going to fight Broly. As you can see, it is from the Broly movie. And there's even a nice shot here of him fighting Broly, who is so unhinged and powerful. Goku and Vegeta had to come together to fuse and combine their powers to stop Broly. And honestly, it barely worked. So we also get a couple different expressions. Here he's got a smirk going on, and here he is screaming, maybe letting off an energy blast of some sort. I really don't know why they put the sticker there. They could have literally put it right here, where it's blocking like the foot, or maybe even on the box or something. Like it didn't have to be on the window. Just terrible placement for the sticker, but we can kind of see Gogeta. He has a very similar expression as the kind of smirking one here. As you can kind of see, he's got a little bit of a smirk. And as far as the other accessories, we can't really see them, but there are a bunch of hands that are covered by the little portrait of Gogeta. So you just gotta trust me that they are in there. And we'll do a little look at the box. So there's a nice shot of Gogeta there. Super Saiyan God Gogeta. Don't want to put any disrespect on his name. On this side, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Gogeta. I don't know why they have that. I think it's so redundant. Isn't it just Super Saiyan God Gogeta instead of Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Gogeta? It's just a mouthful, in my opinion. That might be one of those English to Japanese translations, and it just sounds kind of dumb. On top, we got a little bit of a window, and we see a nice shot of Gogeta there. On here, just a couple different panels of him. On the bottom, we can see Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Gogeta, and a nice shot of him here. And on the back, we see all the different things that you can do with him. So here's a nice pose of Gogeta getting ready to fight. Like I showed off earlier, here is just Gogeta with the regular black hair. A nice close-up of him there, getting ready to do a Kamehameha blast. Here and here, and here we see him jumping into action to stop Broly. So very cool figure, and speaking of Broly, I did bring him in to compare him with. So here we have Super Saiyan Broly full power, quite the size difference there. Broly just absolutely towers over Gogeta. I think these two look really good, and obviously if you want to take them out of box, you can recreate some of those scenes from the Broly movie. And honestly, if you've not seen the Broly movie, Dragon Ball Super Broly, I would highly recommend it. It is on Netflix. If you have Netflix, you can just hop on there and watch it, and it's really good. As someone who was just into Dragon Ball Z, and then this was kind of my first introduction into Super, watching the Broly movie, I really, really enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun, a lot of great action, good story. You learn about Broly. For me, I never knew too much about Broly. I just kind of knew that he was a bad guy, but he was never introduced in the show. He was always kind of like one of those movie characters. And if you've never seen Broly in action, I highly, highly recommend checking out Dragon Ball Super Broly. But honestly, if you're watching this, you've probably already watched the movie, so you know how awesome it is. Speaking of awesome, this Gogeta figure, I actually like it quite quite a bit. We're going to take Broly out of the picture. We just brought him in for the comparison. Super happy to have this in my collection, have a fusion character. I can't wait to get like a regular Goku and Vegeta, and then, you know, they can fuse into Gogeta. I'm pretty excited for a Vegito figure. I don't know if there is one in the S.H.Figuarts line. I got to double check that. A Vegito figure, if it is not done, I would love a Vegito figure. Actually, I don't even remember why they did Gogeta instead of Vegito. I don't know who's stronger. These are questions that are just popping up into my head now. I gotta do some research. But yeah, very cool figure. Very happy with this one. I like it quite a bit. Next, we are going to be jumping into my TMNT Best Action Line collection. And this month, we're adding a character that, honestly, one of my favorites. I don't know how it even came upon my radar, but I ended up watching a clip of him, and this is from the old cartoon show, and I'll just introduce the character real quick. It is the character, former pet, now Shredder's monster. It is the turtle known as Slash. This is an awesome figure. I really like how this one turned out quite a bit. But anyways, what I was saying about Slash is my first introduction. Like I said, I don't even know how it came upon my radar. I don't know if I was looking for something specifically in Ninja Turtles or whatnot, but I remember watching this clip, and it's from the episode where Slash turns from, you know, a pet turtle into what we see now. And the first thing he's looking for when he turns into this giant menace is he wants his binky. And actually, if we look on the back, as part of his description, they make mention of it. So I'm just going to read it real quick. I know I'm going out of order on this, but originally Bebop's pet turtle, Slash is an evil mutant ninja turtle created by Rocksteady to do the chores that were assigned to him by Shredder. He's obsessed with palm trees, especially his binky, the plastic palm tree from his pet bowl. Yeah, he just really wants his binky. I'm surprised they didn't include it as an accessory. We will go through all those accessories, but I really expected for a binky to be in here, a little palm tree. But yeah, just watching him ask for his binky and Bebop's not giving it to him because, you know, he has to clean up the hideout. It's pretty funny. It's a very cute moment, and I like it quite a bit. That was kind of my first introduction to Slash. So this is based on the cartoon version, as I was just mentioning, and I think they did a phenomenal job with this figure. I think it looks awesome. Not only does it look great, I think all the accessories that he comes with just look absolutely incredible. So in terms of Slash himself, I think it looks awesome. His detail looks great. His mask there, the armor, his little belt, spikes on his knee pad and his gloves, and even the spikes on his shell, as you can see there. He just looks awesome. He's a very well-designed character. I like it quite a bit. Even the accessories, I think, look awesome. So we get an extra set of hands. We get this piece, which is a backpack piece. It attaches to the gun. If we look on the side here, this is what he's supposed to look like. So he has it on there, and I guess it is basically like a bandolier of sorts. Like it just kind of fills him with ammo. But here's a nice shot of the accessories on the back. So we get a couple different guns. We get a little pistol and kind of a Gatling gun of sorts. And this would attach to the backpack, and, you know, he can shoot forever. Now we'll take a look at the box. So here's a nice shot of Slash in his box. Cute little photo of him there. He's a very misunderstood turtle. He just wants his binky, but everyone wants to use him for destruction. On top, we got a little window and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle logo. On the side, just a side window. On the bottom, we got some boring stuff. On this side, we got a nice shot of him with the guns. Well, one of the guns, the little pistol of the two. And on here, we can see him with the Gatling gun. Here's a nice shot of the back. 31 points of articulation. Incredible sculpted details. I gotta agree with that. I think they really killed it with this one. You can even see, if you look closely on him, he's got little dots on him. I don't know if they're warts or whatnot, or maybe he's a teenager. He's got some pimples going on. But yeah, here is Slash, and I'm bringing in a couple other turtles to pose with him. So we got Raphael and Leonardo. So you can see a bunch of different turtles. Obviously, he's got a darker complexion compared to the other turtles. And even though he is a villain if you wanted to, you could add him as a fifth turtle. Now, unfortunately, his color scheme really is like purple. This is purple because that kind of signifies that he's a bad guy. But yeah, if you wanted to in your collection, if you wanted a fifth turtle, you can add Slash. There are some medias that have him as an ally instead of an enemy, so you can go with that. But actually, another thing I wanted to make mention of is his box is quite larger than a regular size box. So I would say this is the typical size that they usually do. And he's got a bit of a bigger box because, you know, he's got some big accessories. He's got a nice shell with some spikes, so they're giving it some space to breathe. So just a little comparison in the boxes. But yeah, comparison with the Turtle Eyes, I think he looks good. I think he fits in quite well. And we can't have Slash without Mommy and Daddy, Rocksteady and Bebop, who are just, you know, hiding his binky from him. That's all he wants. He just wants his binky. He was a little turtle, a pet turtle. He was Bebop's pet turtle, as we saw in the description. Just chilling, being a turtle, you know, and then they turned him into this mutant creation. And, you know, he just wants his plastic little binky. So here's a nice shot of them all together. And last but not least, here is a comparison of him and Shredder. I didn't watch the show, so I don't know if they have too much interaction, but the little clip I saw of the one episode where Slash is turned into, you know, Slash, he and Shredder meet for like a second or something. I don't remember too much. Actually, something that just popped into my head that I would have liked would have been some kind of weapons for Slash, where, you know, I know he gets all these guns and stuff, but the episode that he actually debuts, as he's escaping from the hideout, he grabs a couple weapons off a wall. I forgot what weapons he grabbed, but he grabbed a couple weapons. I think it was a blade of some sort. Maybe it was two swords or a battle axe. I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, I would have liked for him to have some sort of melee weapon along with the guns. Like, maybe replace one of the guns with a melee weapon. That would have been cool. That would have been like my only critique. But, you know, I'm fine with him having the two guns. I don't mind it too much. But yeah, as far as Slash goes, I think they really knocked it out of the park with this one. I'm very happy about it. And speaking of Slash and the Best Action line, there's actually quite a bit of news that we're going to be diving into later on in the pre-order and news section, where they announced a lot of cool stuff. So a lot of big stuff coming from the loyal subjects in the future for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle collection. Actually, another thing that I just rubbed my finger against was my box is a little messed up. As you can see here, this is the way it came. Is it cracked somehow? Fortunately, it's not a big cut, but I can see like dust entering eventually and fucking up the box. So that is a little unfortunate with my box. Just something I, as I was doing my outro, I rubbed my thumb against here and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot the box is broken. So yeah, anyways, a lot of big stuff coming up from the loyal subjects and their Best Action line regarding with TMNT. So a lot of cool stuff that is going to be coming out very, very soon. But in regards to Slash, I think it's a great figure and I'm super happy to add it to my collection. All right, next we are doing my video game character collection, and this month, oh my god, I am so excited to be bringing these figures. These are something that I've been waiting for so long. When they first got announced, I was like, holy shit, I cannot wait. So at the end of last year, in December, I uploaded a video, basically my wish list for 2023. Certain things I would like to see regarding collections I collect or companies, stuff I'd like them to produce. And one thing I mentioned that actually came to fruition was affordable Street Fighter figures. In terms of Street Fighter figures, there was really only one dog in town, and that was Storm Collectibles. They make very good figures, but they're very expensive. They're like over $100 each, and that's probably putting it lightly. I don't think I've seen a figure under $100 in terms of the Street Fighter collection. They're just very, very expensive. And I like Street Fighter, and I want to have some representation of it in my collection, but I don't really want to pay those exorbitant prices that Storm Collectibles has it for. Fast forward a couple months later, where this company, who I've just become familiar with, I think they've been in the toy business for quite a bit, but Jada Toys is like, hey, you want some affordable Street Fighter figures? buddy, we got you. And here they are. Wave 1 of the Street Fighter 2 line that they are doing. We have Ryu and Fei Long. And god damn it, these things look fucking incredible. I am so happy with these. When they first announced these and I saw these, I was like, holy shit, my prayers have been answered. I was kind of hesitant, like I said. I wasn't very familiar with Jada Toys. And when I did the research, because, there was a company I didn't know and they're producing these big line, the Street Fighter figures, I was like, let me do a little bit of research. And the figures I saw that they produce was mainly die-cast cars. I think that's their main focus. They do a lot of cars for like movies, TV shows, video games, a lot of different vehicles. So I was kind of like, oh, that's interesting. They mainly do vehicles, but now they're going to start getting into like the 6-inch figures, and Street Fighter is a very interesting one to go to. And when I saw renders of these and saw pictures of them in action and people pose them and they were shown off at like some Comic-Con or something like that, I was like, holy shit, these look awesome. We've got 2/3 of Wave 1, Ryu and Fei Long. There's also supposed to be Chun-Li, but she got delayed because there's some issue with her figure. She should be coming out sometime in September. And Wave 2 has already been announced. Wave 2 is going to be Bison, Ken, and Dalsim. So each wave is going to consist of 3 figures. And man, I think they did a phenomenal job. We're going to break down each figure individually. We're going to start out with Fei Long. Fei Long, I'm going to be honest, not a favorite character of mine. If we look at the back, we can see all the different characters that hopefully we will get to. That is something that I hope happens. I do hope that they create all these characters, and that's part of the reason why I bought Fei Long. This is a series that I kind of asked for. I wanted someone to make some affordable Street Fighter figures, so I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I am supporting this line. I'm buying all the figures. So far, it's only Ryu and Fei Long, and I've got my Chun-Li pre-ordered whenever she comes out, and Bison and Ken and Dalsim, whenever they come out, I'll probably be grabbing them as well. So I really hope this line does succeed so we can see all these characters. It would be really shitty if that line just ends up dying after 2 waves, or maybe we don't even get Wave 2. It just dies with Wave 1, but here's a nice shot of Wave 1, Ryu, Fei Long, and Chun-Li. Let's do a breakdown of the box first, because one thing I really, really like about this figure, not only does the figure look great with some great detail and great articulation, good accessories, the box is awesome. Like, look at this. It's a little arcade cabinet, and I think they absolutely killed it. Each one is personalized. On the bottom, we can see Fei Long, a nice little game render from him there. Ultra Street Fighter 2, the final challengers. That's what all these figures are based from. That's what we can expect in these designs. Here's a joystick and some buttons so 2 people can play on an arcade machine and fight each other. There's the figure itself. We'll break that down in a second. And if you look in the background, I believe that is one of the maps that we can play on in the game, and they use it as a backdrop. So I think that was just a really cool touch. And at the top, we can see health bars. Judging by the points, player 1 is dominating player 2. Actually, you know what would have been cool if they put a little spot for like quarters somewhere here, where just like insert quarter. I think that would have been a really nice touch, but honestly, the box I think is quite perfect. We're going to do a nice side profile shot. So here's the side of the arcade cabinet. We got T-Hawk of Vega, and here we can see Fei Long, country of origin, Hong Kong, fighting style Kung Fu. Nice little description for him there. On the other side, we see the Ultra Street Fighter 2 logo. We got nice shots of Cammy, Bison, Fei Long, and Ryu there, looking very menacing. On the bottom, some boring stuff. Not all the box can be super awesome. On top, we've got a little bit of a window. And on the back, as we saw, here is Wave 1, and here are all the characters that hopefully we will get eventually. We've got Evil Ryu, E Honda, Blanca, Guile, T-Hawk, Fei Long, Balrog, Sagat, Akuma. I think this is Evil Ken. I'm going to be honest, I'm not too familiar with this character. But this is Ken, Chun-Li, Zangief, Dalsim, Cammy, DJ, Vega, Bison. And I don't know if this is just like the random button or if this is like you know, kind of teasing more to come. I would love a Dan figure. I know that's super random, but I love Dan. He's probably one of my favorite Street Fighter characters. I just think he's so dorky and funny. Would love a figure of him. Also Fang, who's more of a new character. If you watch my recent episode of Gangster Plays where we did Street Fighter V, Fang went from a character I had no idea who he was to my absolute favorite. So I don't know if we'll get to Street Fighter V eventually, but I would love a Fang figure. But Dan, I would really like a Dan figure. But anyways, we've seen the box. It's awesome. Let's take a look at the figure inside. So here we get a nice shot of Fei Long. Now you might be confused and say, is that Fei Long or is that Bruce Lee? I'm going to be honest. It does look like Bruce Lee, but it is Fei Long. And here he looks absolutely ripped. Not the best face sculpt on him. He just looks very pouty and stuff, like he didn't get his way. So not the greatest expression, but, you know, I think it still looks good. We get another set of hands. It looks like posing hands. He comes with fisted hands in there. Here is another head sculpt. I do have a little bit of a paint mishap. If you look on the top lip there, the white paint that they put for the teeth accidentally got on the top lip. So the top lip has a bit of white paint on it, which is a bit unfortunate. A little bit of a paint mess up there. I'm not going to crucify the figure. If his whole lip was white, then, you know, I'd be a little more angry, but just a little bit of white paint on the lip. You know, if you catch it at the right angle, it kind of looks like it's glistening, so you don't really notice the white paint, but if you look closely, it is white paint. And he also comes with a blast effect piece. I believe that's for kicking. I know he's known for his kicking, but I believe that is a blast effect piece that can fit around his foot. So very cool figure. Very happy with this. And like I mentioned, Fei Long, not my favorite character, but I want to see this line succeed. So I'm going to buy every figure that they release. For the most part, one of the things I hope they don't do is do a lot of repaints. I can see them doing repaints eventually, similar to what like McFarlane does with the Mortal Kombat line, where they'll release a couple different characters, but like the next wave is those same characters that we got, like hypothetically do wave 1 and we get like Scorpion, Sub-Zero, and Raiden. And then in wave 2, it'll probably be those same characters again, but in a different color wave. I hope they don't do that with this Street Fighter line. I can see them doing repaints eventually, and you know, different color schemes, but hopefully they chill a little bit before they go straight into releasing those. Give us some of the, you know, unique characters, build some good faith with the community, show them that you're invested in pumping out these figures, and then you can put out, you know, Fei Long in like white pants or whatever the hell player 2 would look like. So hopefully they don't do that. So just one thing I hope they avoid. I hope they look at McFarlane and see what they do and be like, maybe we shouldn't do that. It looks like the community absolutely hates that. So, yeah. Anyways, enough about Fei Long. Let's introduce the other character. The character that I am super excited to talk about. And to be honest, we're going to be taking this bad boy out of box, because there is something I want to do. I don't believe I've seen anybody do it yet, so I want to do it for myself. I'm tired of waiting for other people to do it, but we'll just do a quick look at the box. So like I mentioned earlier, the box is personalized to whoever is in the box. So here we see a nice shot of Ryu there. Everything else is very similar to the other box that we showed off with Fei Long. I still will show this off, but there's very minor details that are different from this one to the other box. So obviously the background is quite different, and that is a nice touch that I like quite a bit. Hopefully they continue on with that. This side is the exact same, bottom's the exact same, top's the same. This side is different just because at the bottom here we see Ryu, country of origin Japan. Fighting style is martial arts rooted in Anasat Sukin. Probably butchered the hell out of that, but yeah, that's his fighting style, and the back is the exact same. So, not too much to talk about the box there. Let's talk about the figure himself. Actually, you know what? Let's just pull him out of the box. So in terms of tape, there's a lot of tape going on here. We got tape along the top here, tape here, which is sealed, tape here, but I'm going to be cutting from the bottom. It's just one piece of tape here, and it is sealed. There is no side pieces of tape. So let's cut this bad boy out. I feel bad for not cutting open Fei Long, but Fei Long's just there for me in terms of Street Fighter characters. Never someone I'm going to pick immediately. He's just kind of there. So here is the box without the little window. So as you can see, it just sits nicely in there, which looks pretty cool. And here is the figure himself. I don't know how we're going to go about this. I think there's more tape we have to cut. I see some here. Probably here as well, but let's go through the accessories real quick. So here's a nice shot of Ryu, and I think he looks pretty awesome. I think he's a little too tan though. He looks very orange. Maybe he is supposed to be this tan, I don't know, but I don't know. For me, I just think he's a little too tan. Here we can see the head sculpt. So we got a neutral head sculpt, and the extra head, he is very angry. What is he angry at? I have no idea. Maybe Ken made a joke and it really pissed him off. The gi looks very sweet. Can't wait to see what kind of material that is. We get a Hadouken. And one of the cool things about this one is he actually comes with a stand. So here we can see the little piece, the little arm, and the stand that it goes into, and the Hadouken will sit in there. So that's pretty cool. And then we get some extra hands there. Let's cut this bad boy open. I don't know the best way to approach this. I would assume cut here and here, and then we just pull up. Let's see if it's gonna work like that. Cut there. I'm not showing off this tape because we already saw that the main box was fine. It was sealed. So I'm going to hopefully just pull this out. I want to repack this, so I hope I can get it back in one piece. There's more tape here, but I think it's not coming out. I don't know what it's stuck on. Oh, hold on. Maybe I gotta cut these. God damn it. I didn't want to cut these side pieces of tape. But I believe we have to. All this to fucking look at the Ryu figure. Okay, here. That part is down. I'll put some tape on it. But let's pull him out. I'm just pulling out the Ryu figure. I'm not pulling out any other accessories. I want to test him out. I want to test out the articulation. And I want to test out the one thing I was talking about earlier. Come on. Here he is. Everything else is kind of taped in. The hands are not. The head is not. But the Hadouken has a plastic thing to keep it in there. So we're going to put this to the side. And here it is in hand, Ryu, the main character of the Street Fighter franchise. And it honestly feels pretty good. I like the texture on the gi. That's a nice touch. Nice rubbery gi for the top. The pants are textured as well, but they're not rubber. They're just solid plastic. It looks good. Let's check the articulation real quick. So first we'll start with the head. And let's see how hard it is to rip off the head. It's not that hard at all. It is actually quite easy. And of course there's the second head, but we're going to leave that bad boy in there. The headband is very rubbery, as you can see here. It is not a hard plastic at all. And it seems like I got a little bit of paint chipping on the back, as you can see there with the white. I don't want to pull too hard because I don't want it to rip. Usually stuff like this comes out very easily, but it looks like it actually might be pretty solid in there. So no worries. Continuing on with the articulation check. His head can go down quite a bit, and he can look up. Not really. Maybe the gi is in the way. No, that's just how far back the neck goes. Next, let's check out arms. He's got a butterfly joint, as we can see here. I think we can... Ooh, we can take off the gi. We'll take it off in a second after... or maybe we should do it first. I don't know. I like the gi on him. He just looks so good. You know what? We're going to take it off first. So let me put it back on. I'm going to take off the top part of the gi. And then we'll put it back on. So the belt just kind of clips into this plastic hole here. And it's quite easy. It looks Doesn't look like it wants to grab, but you just got to put a little bit of pressure and it will go in, but it comes out quite easily. And then we can take off the belt. It looks like it is stuck on another piece. Okay, so the belt is not attached to the gi. It's its own separate thing. And it's got some Japanese letters here. I'm not sure what that says. Probably warrior or something like that. If anybody knows, let me know in the comment section. So it looks like this plastic piece goes through 3 pieces of rubber, which is the gi and the 2 layers of the belt here, and then clips onto the front. So that's pretty cool. And we're going to take it off this. And as you can see, it's pretty much like a neck peg of sorts. And we can see it on the other side. Kind of a skin color. And let's take off the gi. Like I said, it's pretty rubbery, so it bends at your will. And here is the gi, looking quite nice, sleeveless. Looks like you ripped it off. We'll put that on after, but here is Ryu. And let's try out the arm articulation. So he does have a butterfly. It's a little tight. Got to work it in. Now it seems to want to move. Let's do it to the other side. Let's warm them up a little bit. Ooh, this one doesn't really want to move. It's moving forward. It's not moving backward much. I just felt the arm kind of pop out, as you can see there. That was kind of scary. This is my first time with a Jada Toys figure, so I kind of want to be careful. I don't know the limitations of it. But yeah, the butterfly wants to go forward, but not backwards, which is fine. Let's check out arm articulation. There is the shoulder joint. A little tough. Just got to work it in a little bit. We got bicep swivel, double jointed elbows, and they're pinless. That's pretty cool, especially for like a figure. For everything that you get in this package, it is a great price. To be honest, I think the figures were $25 plus tax. I think they're still available on Big Bad Toy Store if you are interested. But man, accessories, articulation, tons of articulation, details. I think they really, really killed it with these figures. This elbow's pretty tight. It's giving me some issues. We got the hands. Let's see how easily they come out. Pretty easy. There's the peg hole. And the little arm peg, or the hand peg, sorry. Pop it back in, pretty easy as well. Now let's do the same articulation here. The left arm is definitely easier to move than the right arm. As you can see, a little tough there, but this one's pretty buttery smooth. Let's see how the elbows are. Not bad. Both of them are bending on this one at least. In terms of torso, we can see it's on a ball joint here. Not too much movement here in the abdomen. Doesn't really go back or forth too much. Let's do a sit test, and then we'll do a split test. Pretty good sit test, to be honest. Can definitely get some good crunches in. That's how he's got like a 14 pack. Let's do a split test. Wow. That's incredible. That's a 10 out of 10 for splits. You can't get more perfect. Like Jean-Claude Van Damme would be super proud of Ryu here with the splits. Perfect. Like just, he's basically a T. He's an upside down T. So that's quite nice. But the crotch piece is a rubbery plastic, so you can definitely get a lot of movement in there, which is really cool. They thought of everything. Here we can see thigh swivel. Leg can't really go back, but can't really go up too far, which is a little unfortunate. Let's check out the knees. Knees are pretty easy, and again, pinless as well. And then we've got a foot joint here, foot swivel. Foot can move. I don't believe it has ankle. No, it doesn't look like it has ankle. Oh, wait. It does. It does have a little bit of ankle, as you can see here. That's pretty cool. Shit, I was not expecting that. And we'll just check out the left leg as well. Boom, karate kick, thighs. Check out the knees. Ooh, this knee is pretty stiff. Foot articulation, looking good. But yeah, I think this figure is fucking awesome. I think they killed it with both. Even though I didn't take Fei Long out of the package, it's going to be very similar to Ryu. But let's put on his gi, and I actually want to try something real quick. So, the thing I want to try out with Ryu is something that I hope actually turns out. In my head, I'm like very excited for this, but I should probably temper my expectations because it might not work because it is two different figure lines. But the thing I am referring to is something that some people might not be familiar with, but which is pretty cool. But Power Rangers did a collaboration with Street Fighter last year, and they released a Ryu Power Ranger figure. And I think you know where I'm going with this. Can this head fit on this head? Because they did not give us a head sculpt when they gave us this figure. It is a pretty dope figure. In case you have not seen it yet, here's the box. The Ryu Ranger, the Crimson Hawk Ranger. There's a nice shot of Ryu. And there are some cool accessories that you get as well. Very cool figure. So what I want to try is we're going to pull off this head. There it is. Can the Ryu head fit on this? As soon as I saw that this was announced, I was like, that's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to try this Ryu head on this neck joint, and hopefully it works. But it is two different companies. This is Jada Toys. This is Hasbro. So there's a chance that this doesn't work. But the moment of truth. Here's the head. Oh, right off the bat, I don't think it's going to work. As you can see, this neck peg is ginormous compared to the Jada Toys one. Holy shit. Which, I mean, this has a tiny hole. Very tiny hole. It's not going to work. God damn it. That's so disappointing. It's understandable. I should have tempered my expectations. But how cool would it have been if you could put the fucking head on here? I'm sure you can carve it out a little bit, and then you can kind of open this up and then put it on here. And if you wanted to, you could do that because one of the cool things about the Ryu figure is it comes with two heads. So if you want to pose one head with the Ryu figure and then put the other one, carve out the bottom and then put it on the Power Ranger figure, that you could do. But unfortunately, it is not compatible, which sucks. I would have loved for that to have worked. And I'll just do a quick side-by-side of the two. So as you can see, they both have the red gloves, the same black belt. Both have the headband, as you can see here, the red headbands. They're both there for both figures. And I think that's about it in terms of, the standout accessories that Ryu would have on the Ranger figure. So, very cool figure, but it's not about this, it's about this guy here. So, just going to do some quick comparisons with some other video game figures, just to show how they kind of line up. The first one, we got Sonic the Hedgehog, who's coming in at the 4-inch scale, so he's a little bit smaller than the Street Fighter guys, but this little world that I'm creating of all these different video game characters, kind of a Super Smash Bros. Of a roster, if you will. I think they look pretty good together. I'm not complaining about that. Next, we got Bloodhound from Apex Legends, and these guys would probably scale because they are around the same size. Yeah, it looks like Bloodhound is just slightly bigger. If you were to open it, you could do a little display with them, so that's pretty cool. Next, we got Chell from Portal 2. Looking pretty good. They don't really match, but, I kind of like these two together. And last but not least, we've got Lilith from Borderlands. She would definitely not scale because she is in the 7-inch scale. As you can see here, she towers over Ryu. But this is a fun little crossover. But yeah, I've got to say, I think Jada Toys did a phenomenal job with this Street Fighter line so far. I think they're off to a hot start. I can't wait to get Chun-Li. I can't wait to get Wave 2. I can't wait to see what they have for Wave 3 and onwards. I hope this line is super successful. So not only can we get more Street Fighter characters, but we can even possibly get other games. Jada Toys will also be doing Mega Man figures, so they're working closely with Capcom. Those are two Capcom properties. But yeah, if these are successful, successful, maybe we can get some other properties going on. You know, a Monster Hunter, Resident Evil. At the moment, I can't think of any other Capcom titles, just Resident Evil and Monster Hunter, but those are some big ones there. So, yeah, I hope these are super successful, and I really, really can't wait to see what the future holds in store for this line. Jada Toys, you knocked it out of the park. Alright, next we are going to be jumping into the wrestling figure section, and this month got some very cool additions. I got some AEW figures that I've been wanting for quite a bit, and I got a couple customs to show off. So let's start off with the AEW figures. The first person I'm going to show off is a person that honestly I'm very surprised got a figure, because he's not the biggest name in AEW, but he is an AEW original. And I actually remember when this person was signed, I got a little bit of a funny story, but let's just introduce the person real quick. Hailing from somewhere in England, it is super bad Kip Sabian. There he is, Kip Sabian. I know this isn't gonna like set the wrestling world on fire. Like some people might even be like, Who the hell is that? But right now he is a current wrestler for AEW. He's actually one of the originals. I would say he's probably one of the first 10 to 12 people that were signed, maybe even earlier than that, to the AEW roster when they were launching. But just a quick funny story about him. I remember when he was signed and they were signing a bunch of guys. I went to a wrestling website and I saw the headline and it was like, Kip Sabian signed by All Elite Wrestling. And I'm like, bro, that's so cool. Chris Sabin is signing with AEW? Whoever wrote this article fucked up his name and called him Kip for some reason. But goddamn, Chris Sabin, oh my god, I'm so thrilled to have him in AEW. And then I saw it on another website. And I'm like, hold on a second. There's no way that two websites wrote this guy's name wrong. And I reread the article headline, and it wasn't Chris Sabin. It was Kip Sabian. My brain just saw Sabin, like the last name, and just kind of filled in the front. I was very devastated that it wasn't Chris Sabin. But yeah, come to find out it was Kip Sabian. This was a guy I was not familiar with before AEW. I had no idea about him. Like, I didn't even hear about him. I didn't hear anybody talk about him. Not to discredit his work or anything, but for me, when AEW launched, he just kind of came out of nowhere. And I was like, okay, you know, a guy that I'm not familiar with. Obviously, they see some potential in him. And, you know, possibly he can do some big things. Now, unfortunately, I would say he has not really done much in AEW. Right now, he's kind of revitalized his character, and he is now the underrated over it, something like that. I forgot what, it's not really a nickname, but he comes out with a box on his head. He's got pink hair. He's got a different type of mustache going on. It's quite a different look from what you see here. He's actually bulked up quite a bit. Here he's quite skinny. But when they even announced that they were doing a Kip Sabian figure, I was like, man, that's actually pretty cool. I'm going to have to get that eventually. And here he is, part of my AEW figure collection. And I have to say, he looks pretty good. I think the head scan's pretty accurate to what he looked like at that point, and I got no complaints there. I think they captured his likeness quite well. You've got a nice rubbery jacket. Not nice and rubbery because it is hard to move, do anything in this rubber jacket, but I think it looks pretty good. Here we can see Superbad, Kip Sabian. There's a K and an S there. Superbad all along his arm here. We will take off the jacket and kind of look at the figure, so let's do that real quick. He's done some things in AEW. I think the thing that he's most well known for is the little run that he had with Miro. When Miro debuted in AEW, he was the best man. And then there was the wedding for Kip Sabian. And then there was the arcade, I forgot what they called it, arcade something, against the best friends, Miro and Kip Sabian. That was a pretty cool match. And then I know he got injured a little bit after that. And then now, like I said, he came back with a whole new gimmick. He's got a little bit of a group going on with Butcher and Blade. And of course, his girlfriend, Penelope Ford. And hopefully with the addition of Collision, we can possibly see him more on our TV in the upcoming months. But anyways, enough about that. Let's take a look at the figure. So here we can see his sleeve of tattoos. I don't think anything really stands out. Me looking at it, it just kind of looks like gibberish. I mean, here's a bird, and here's some more birds flying on his elbow. But yeah, I can't really make sense of what's going on here. Actually, here's another bird. A lot of birds going on. I guess he might be an avian fan. Actually, here it looks like a bear. Here's a wolf. That is an owl. So I guess maybe I can make it out. I just gotta look closely. But we'll just quickly go through his articulation. Typical AEW articulation here. Double jointed elbows, torso, neck. He can look up quite a bit, look down quite a bit. Good movement there. Good splits, not bad. Sit test is pretty good too. We'll take a look at his trunks. He's kind of got like a Scott Hall style trunks where he's got the little like drip here. KS here for Kip Sabian. And on the back we've got Super Bad. And then the rest of the articulation, leg, double jointed knees, boot swivel, and foot articulation. So pretty solid figure. Happy to pick this one up. I'm going to be honest, I wasn't in a rush to pick it up, but I saw it for a pretty good price. So I'm like, you know what? Let me pick this bad boy up, and super happy to have him in my collection. I'm happy that he even got a figure in general. He's definitely a guy that I could definitely see being passed up over other guys in terms of getting a figure. So luckily he got one. And yeah, like I said, he's an AEW original, but hopefully the best is yet to come. Keeping on with the AEW figures, next I got a 2-pack, and this is a 2-pack I've been wanting to get for quite some time. I think this is just a really cool thing that Jazzwares did. I'm a very big fan of this. I think they absolutely killed it with this box set, and the box set that I'm talking about is the ringside exclusive 2-pack celebration of Brody Lee, where you get Brody Lee here, the Exalted One, looking pretty awesome, and you also get his son, -1. I think this is just an awesome 2-pack. What a great way to celebrate the life of Brody Lee, who was taken way too soon from us. I remember seeing that the news headline when he died, and I was just like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Like, the guy was, quite young. I think he was 40, 41, around there. And I'm like, he seems like a pretty straight-laced guy. I don't think it's drug-related. Maybe it's a car accident. And then come to find out that he was actually battling an illness. I believe it had to do with his lungs. I believe that was the source of the illness, and then his whole body kind of shut down. And man, it was such a sad day. You just see the whole wrestling world come together and celebrate his the legacy and life of Brody Lee. He's one of those guys that, man, I don't think anyone had a bad word to say about him. Everyone had a very positive experience with him. They all said very similar stuff. Funny guy, very caring, loves his family. And for those of you who don't know too much about Brody Lee, formerly Luke Harper in WWE, part of the Wyatt family, and the Bludgeon Brothers, and eventually, he got released from WWE. Had a good career there. Former WWE Tag Team Champion, SmackDown Tag Team Champion. Actually, no, I don't think him and Rowan won it when they were in the Wyatt family. I think they won it after when they were in the Bludgeon Brothers. Yeah, they won it there for sure. They won the NXT Tag Team titles, and he won the Intercontinental title at one point. Actually, he's a 2-time SmackDown Tag Team Champion because he won it with Randy Orton as well, when he was kind of feuding with the Wyatt family, kind of joined the Wyatt family. But anyways, enough about that. Eventually got released or let go or quit, whatever the case may be, went to AEW. Really sucks about his run in AEW, where his debut got completely fucked over because that's when COVID happened. That's when he was about to make his debut. The show before, they had the Pack Stadium, whatever, and they were supposed to do that show in his hometown, Buffalo, New York, I believe it was. And then after that, it was like everything got shut down, so they had to do the crowdless debut, and it just really sucked. We never got to see him in front of a large audience. But anyways, he ended up making his debut as part of the leader of the Dark Order. Had a pretty decent run in AEW, the little bit that he did. Won the TNT title. Had a big pay-per-view match with Jon Moxley in, I think it was like a death match of sorts. I believe in that match they went through either the ring or the barricade, not the barricade, the ramp. I don't remember which one. I remember watching it. They had a great match, and goddamn, his segments with John Silver and the rest of the Dark Order on BTE. A lot of classic stuff. Throwing the papers at Evil Uno. A lot of great moments. And like I said, unfortunately, his run got cut short. His last match in AEW was a dog collar match against Cody Rhodes for the TNT title. And that happened in, I believe, October. And he passed away late November, early December, around there. And it was just super sad. Very, very sad. Like I said, taken too early from us. From his death, I think, is probably one of the best episodes of wrestling that I ever seen, which was the Celebration of Life episode that they did on AEW for Dynamite. I absolutely love that show. I think it was great from top to bottom. Not only were there great matches, but for one night, you know, they celebrated the life of the of Brody Lee, and I still remember it to this day. The match that they had, it was the Young Bucks and Hangman Page. Fuck, I think it was the Young Bucks and Hangman Page. I'm pretty sure. And they were taking on MJF, Santana, and Ortiz in a fun little six-man tag. And near the end of the match, when MJF grabbed the mask off -1, and I forgot what -1 did. I forgot if he slapped him or he did something. And it was just a great moment. Anyways, we'll talk about the figures in a second. I just want to talk about the box set, so we'll put these guys here in a second. But I just want to show off the box of the special packaging. Here we can see In Memory of Brody Lee, part of the Unmatched collection. Like I said, a ringside exclusive. I had my eyes on this for quite a while. I just kept putting it off for some reason. Like, I knew I wanted it, but it was like, oh, I'll get it next time. I'll get it next time. And it just seemed like if I didn't buy it now, I'm never going to get it. So I ended up pulling the trigger. As you can see, the box is a little destroyed. I ended up getting the damaged packaging, which is an option. If you order from Ringside Exclusive, you can get the mint on card figure, or you can go for a damaged packaged figure. It'll be a little bit less, especially if you're going to open the figure. It makes sense to get the damaged packaging, so that's why this is a little beat up. But here we can see the nice Dark Order logo in the background. This is where Brody was, and this is where -1 is. On the side here, this is where the accessories were, so a bunch of hands and the TNT title that we saw on Brody. On this side, a nice shot of Brody and -1 in a suit. On top, see a little bit of a window and In Memory of Brody Lee. On the bottom, some boring stuff, and on the back, we see everyone on the stage. From that episode I was talking about, this is them doing the 10-bell salute. And just a really nice shot to put on the package here. I think they did a really good job. So special shout out to the packaging. But in terms of these figures, I actually like them quite a bit. There's been a couple Brody Lee figures, but I knew I wanted to get this one in particular. That's why I never got any of the other ones. We'll talk about -1 in a second. We'll start out with Brody here. And I think he looks pretty good. I did have a little bit of issues with him. I'll show it in a second. So a nice face sculpt for Brody, looking pretty good, very similar to what he looks like. And he's got his hair in a bun here. Nice detailing on the jacket, looks pretty awesome. And on the back we see Brody Lee, the Exalted One. Very cool looking, and we can see the TNT title. We'll take a closer look at that. The jacket is made of rubber, similar to Kip Sabian, so it's very stiff. You can't really do anything with it. You can move the arms a little bit, but they're always going to go back down because the rubber is just so thick. So if you want to take it off, you got to take the hands off. Makes life a little bit easier, and this is a little hard to take off and put on because he is a bigger dude. But with a little bit of patience, you can take it out. Like I said, very hard. So here is the figure. Let's put his hands back in. And here he is. We're going to take a look at the TNT title first. This is the version of the TNT title that he had, the red strap with the gold plating. I actually like this title quite a bit with the red strap. Unfortunately, they retire this version because out of respect for Brody Lee, you know, that's going to be his version of the title. So unfortunately, they're not going to use the red strap again, which is pretty cool. But I do like this version of the TNT title quite a bit. I really like the red strap. So here's the title, very shiny. And here's the back. And if you wanted to, you can just pop in the holes very easily. And there it is. And then you can have him hold it however you'd like over the arm. If you want to hold it like you just want it or something, like that. You can do a bunch of different things. So very cool title. I like this quite a bit. I have the regular TNT title with the black strap, so I'm very happy to have this red one. And here is Brody. So like I mentioned, I had a little bit of issues with this figure. Honestly, I know it was damaged packaging, but if I didn't know any better, I would have assumed someone fucking took this out of the package and played with it, because there's just so many scuff marks on them. If you look on the crotch here, you see a little scuff mark here. Look how many are on his ass and stuff. Like, I was just like, bro, was this fucking played with before I even got it? Like, what the hell is going on? It's so beat up. I didn't understand it. And I also had one more issue where if you look here for the knee, you can see that it's kind of weathered. And what happened was, you can see it on this knee as well, when I took it out of the packaging and I was kind of messing around with the joints, I kind of had it like this, and I put my thumb on it, and I'm like, what the fuck? This is kind of wet. So I kind of smudged it off, and the paint was still wet. So that's what kind of happened here. It just actually rubbed off. And the same thing happened here to a lesser extent than here. Here it's very noticeable. You can see it. But here, little scuff here. But yeah, I was just like, what the fuck? The paint's wet? Like, how the fuck does this just rub off? I was flabbergasted. So that, on top of all the scuffs all over his body, I was just like, what the fuck happened to this figure? I couldn't believe it. Actually, you can even see here with the eyebrow. There's some brown paint that just kind of kept going for his eyebrow. There's like a little bit of a cut here on his forehead, which is pretty visible if you look at it. I mean, anything's visible if you look at it, but I digress. So let's take a look at the articulation real quick. So similar to Kip Sabian, head cannot move too much, unlike Kip Sabian, but it can move a little bit. We got arm articulation. We got the chest hair because he is a big hairy dude. Bicep swivel. The arms are nice and smooth. I like that quite a bit. Double jointed elbows. Looking good. Arm, wrist articulation. Same thing here. This one's a little stiffer. Just got to be worked in. Bicep, double jointed elbows. Hand articulation. Torso, not too much. It's got a little bit. Legs, okay leg test, not bad. Sit test, pretty good, better than what I was expecting. And we'll just go through the leg articulation here. Thigh, double jointed knees, a little bit of foot articulation. And same thing here. Pretty stiff thigh there. Double jointed knees again, and foot articulation. And yeah, I think the figure looks pretty cool. We'll just take a look at his gear as well. So there's the Dark Order logo. On this leg here, we can see Brody Lee. On the back, Dark Order with the logo again. And on this one, this leg here, I think is pretty cool. All the different numbers. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it goes up to 11. I don't think they had 11 members. I know most of these were assigned were Evil Uno, Stu Grayson were 1 and 2. 3 and 4 were Alex Reynolds and John Silver. 5 was Alan Angels, who I completely forgot that was in the Dark Order. 6, 7, and 8, which 6 and 7 are kind of scratched out, but 8 was Colt Cabana, I believe. That was the number that was assigned to him. 9, maybe Colt Cabana was 9. Maybe, for some reason, I remember him being 8. And then we got 10, who, of course, was Preston Vance, and 11, I'm not sure if there was an 11, but then you have Anna J, who was number 100. And yeah, just a cool little detail there, so pretty cool. Very happy with this. But let's talk about the one that is a very, very cool figure, and it is -1. This is honestly really cool. The fact they even did this with and packaged it with a Brody Lee figure is just awesome. I think that's just a really, really touching thing to do. You know, the kid lost his father, but I'm sure Brody Lee, well, his name is Brody Lee as well. It's Brody Lee Jr. I'm sure Daddy Brody Lee is smiling down and super proud about what -1 here has done. From being the shy kid who, I think he was insulting QT Marshall, if I remember correctly. He was going at it with somebody on the mic. I don't remember who it was. And then he kind of became the de facto leader of the group. -1, he's got the -1 on his mask. Similar mask to Preston Vance's 10. You got -1 on the chest. The mask is pretty awesome, as you can see here. -1 again, and it's not fully zipped up, so you can see some hair. Very cool detail. Very small body, very small figure. We'll compare it with Brody, and he is just a tiny little thing. But it's awesome. I actually really like this quite a bit. He's got a lot of articulation as well. They did the same style articulation that they do for all the figures. And as we can see, arm, bicep, double jointed elbows, even on the little body like this. Got some hand articulation, wrist, head goes up and down. And then same thing with this arm, double jointed elbows, bicep swivel, wrist, all that fun stuff. Split test, pretty non-existent there. Sit test, not bad. Can't really do sitting pose with him, but that's as far down as he goes. In terms of torso articulation, he can go back quite a bit and forward quite a bit. And then he's got the same leg articulation as everybody else. Kick forward, kick backwards, thigh swivel, double jointed knees, cool little knee pads that say -1, very cool touch, boot cut, and foot articulation. And of course on the same thing here, thigh, double jointed knees, boot cut, and foot articulation. Very, very cool figure. And here we have a nice shot of the Dark Order complete. Actually not complete because we're still missing Anna J. I don't know if I'm going to pick that up yet. But here are the Dark Order members that have been released so far. We got Stu Grayson, -1, who we saw, Brody Lee, who we saw, Evil Uno, and John Silver. I can't wait to add more Dark Order members. Alex Reynolds is going to be getting a figure sooner or later. I think he was supposed to be getting one sooner, but then everything got changed around. He's in track to get one, but who knows when. I would still love to get a 10 figure, even though he's not part of the Dark Order anymore. I really liked his Deathstroke mask, where it was the half purple, half white. I thought it looked awesome. So hopefully that's in the pipeline. But yeah, Dark Order looking great here in full effect. And just one more thing before we kind of clear the board here. I also brought in a Luke Harper figure, a WWE Elite Luke Harper figure, just to kind of compare with the AEW's Jazzwares. And two very different characters. Here you have a woodsman who wrestles alligators and is probably pretty inbred and likes to say yeah a lot. And then here you've got a very cerebral, cunning, and Brody Lee. So just a nice little contrast of the two figures, and here they are on even playing field. Solid figure. I actually really like this Elite quite a bit. I think they did a great job with this one. But enough about that. But this 2-pack with Brody Lee and Brody Lee Jr., aka -1, I think it's a touching piece for -1 whenever he grows up and kind of truly appreciates that Jazzwares made this thing for him in remembrance of his dad. So I just think that's super cool, and I think they really nailed it with this 2-pack. We got a couple customs to show off, and these are pretty cool, and I'm slightly disappointed in them. I'll explain more in a second. But the customs that I got this month I got 4 customs. It was originally a 2-in-2 order. This order is actually super old. The first 2 figures I ordered October, November, or something like that of last year. And they've been done for a while, but then the guy I ordered the customs from, Rude Awakening Customs, I've ordered from him before. I've got 4 customs from him in total. I've gotten a Lance Storm, a Just Incredible, a Jerry Lynn, and a Johnny Devine. And I'm somewhat happy with those. There are some problems that we'll talk about it later. So there was a bit of a delay in getting these figures. Like I said, the first 2 figures have been done for a while, but then I placed another 2 figures back in December. It was early December. I placed another order, and I'll link his Instagram in the description if you want to reach out to him and place an order, or just look at his page. But in the month of November, he was doing this really cool thing on his Instagram where he was doing ECW November to Remember. Basically, he's a big ECW fan. He's got tons of customs that he's made for himself. And I think for the most part of November and a little bit of December too, he would post his customs like every day. And there were some really killer ones. And there was two in particular where I'm like, man, those are really cool. Would you be able to create those for me? And he's like, yeah, I can do that. And, I placed that order. That was for December. And I knew I wouldn't be getting them for a while because he was expecting a second or third child. I'm not sure which one. I want to say second. And this was around Christmas. So I'm like, okay, December and January and maybe a little bit of February is going to be a bit of a write-off. But maybe I can expect the figures to be done maybe late March, early April. That's what I was kind of expecting. Well, flash forward to June. We're here, and I finally got my figures. A little later than what I wanted, but, like I mentioned, he did have some stuff going on. Now, I will say I wasn't too happy with him in the communication department where... I would say starting in like March, I would kind of reach out to him just to kind of get a status update. Just like, hey, how are the figures coming along? Like, I'm in no rush, but like, you haven't really messaged me. So, I just want a little bit of communication. And he would tell me, oh, yeah, they're on their way and, they're coming along well. And I was like, okay. And then, that was in March. And then April, I reach out again, and then it's the same story. And then May came, and, he's like, oh, I'm almost done, blah, blah, blah. So there's a lot of rigmarole for getting these figures. I'm not calling them out or anything. This is just based on my experience. But let's start showing off some figures before it's all negative. So the first figure that I got created by him was an easy one, to be honest. It was a pretty easy one for him to create. But basically, I was going through all my Elite figures, and I was like, man, who would be a kind of easy figure to put together? And I was kind of brainstorming some stuff, and I came upon this guy here, John Morrison, who is, I believe this is from Elite 82. This is an actual WWE figure. It's not a custom or anything. But I saw this guy in my collection, and I'm like, damn, that's a nice John Morrison figure. I really like how this looks. Maybe we can use this body, because he's worn very similar pants throughout his whole career, before when he was Johnny Nitro, and then John Morrison, and, whatever he goes by now, Johnny Impact, Johnny Elite, Johnny TV, Johnny Mundo. He's a man by many names. Before he was the superstar that he is now, he was a tag team wrestler, and he kind of broke out on the scene. That was actually his second run in WWE. The first one, he was Eric Bischoff's assistant on Raw. That didn't last too long, but eventually he kind of faded away and then got repackaged with another guy who I'm going to show off here in a second, and they became a tag team along with their valet. For those of you who are not familiar with them, it is a team by the name of M&M. Melina, Nitro, and now Mercury. We'll come back to Morrison in a second. But yeah, I was looking at my collection and I saw the John Morrison and I'm like, man, that's a really cool figure. I think it'd be a pretty easy get to kind of turn it into a Joey Matthews. So I reached out to Rude Awakening and I'm like, hey, this is what I have in mind. I say we take the legs off the John Morrison figure. We put on a different torso. We take a head. This is a head from the Jakks Pacific figures. And that's a pretty easy custom done right there, right? If I was very confident in my custom abilities, I wouldn't reach out to him. I would just do it myself. But I don't trust myself with like paint and glue and taking things apart. And I'd rather just pay somebody to do it. Let the professionals handle that. So yeah, that ended up coming out to Joey Mercury, and I think he looks pretty good. He is, like I mentioned, he is the John Morrison legs, even the same jacket, different torso, and like I said, Jakks Pacific head. But yeah, I think this figure turned out quite well, to be honest. Like, it's pretty basic, very easy custom to create, but here it is. And now I have a Mercury to go with my Johnny Nitro / John Morrison. So I will take off the jacket of Johnny Nitro. I'm going to call him John Morrison. I'll take off his little glasses as well. And here we can see same legs, different torso. Joey Mercury was never really... He was in good shape, but he wasn't in like John Morrison shape. And the paint is custom. He painted this on the arms. And of course, the head didn't really do much to that. Just a Jakks Pacific head. He didn't color it or anything or paint it. But now I have a M&M team. They look great together, to be honest. I'm very happy with how this turned out. Well, like I said, we'll put John Morrison away. We'll talk about him later. But yeah, solid figure, solid custom. Really not much to say in terms of paint and like little details. Very easy custom to put together. So I'll just show off the articulation. The head is movable side to side. The torso is a little stiff. As you can hear that, very, very stiff. I don't know what I can do about that. Arms work fine. It's your typical Mattel articulation, elite articulation, and the legs are fine. So, yeah, like I said, not much to say about this one, but I think he did a great job with it. And he also threw in the jackets, so I can have matching jackets for my M&M team. He didn't include the bandana and glasses, and it'd kind of be dumb too because it does say Johnny on them. And with the John Morrison figure, there's little slots on the side so you can slide in the glasses. Joey Mercury, because it's a Jakks Pacific head, does not have that, but if you want to see what he looks like with the glasses and the headband, looks okay. Doesn't look too bad, in my opinion. Mine's a little fucked up, as you can see by the paint there. They did not do a good job on my John Morrison. But yeah, pretty happy with this one. I brought a title to kind of show them off with. I brought in the SmackDown Tag Team titles that they held together when they were champions. They were champions for a good bit. I remember when they beat Batista and... Was it Batista and Ray or Batista and Eddie? I don't remember at this moment, but I know they had a little feud with Batista. But yeah, I remember when they debuted on SmackDown, and it's like, Eminem has arrived. And it's like, the rapper? What? He's on SmackDown now? I didn't know it was an acronym, the MNM. I thought they were talking about the rapper, but come to find out there was a tag team called Eminem. And this was a point in my wrestling watching career, whatever, where I was a fan. So they were the bad guys. I did not like them one bit, even though Melina has one of the greatest entrances ever. I think she's a very beautiful woman, but yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of Eminem. But looking back on it now, I thought they were a great team, and they had a great... They had everything. They had the girl, they had the tag team, they had the entrance, they had a look. They had quite a bit going for them. And, you know, eventually they split up, and, you know, John Morrison, or Johnny Nitro, ended up going to John Morrison and went on to do some big things. And, unfortunately, with Joey Mercury, after he broke up with Eminem, they got put back together for a little bit. He broke his face, and then he got put in the Straight Edge Society. And then he took on more of a backstage role. So his WWE career isn't as illustrious as some others, but yeah, I'm super happy to have him in my collection. I think it looks great. All right, this next custom is kind of in the same era as Eminem, actually from the same brand, to be honest, when they were both on SmackDown. This next person is a former Cruiserweight champion. To be honest, was mainly a job guy, but I thought he was pretty entertaining in the spots that they put him in. And he's also a former ECW superstar, former ECW tag team champion. I believe he won it twice. And the person I am talking about is... He's got two names. I'm going to say them both. Refer to him as you will, but you can call him Nunzio or you can call him Little Guido Maritato. But here he is, Nunzio. I'm just going to call him Nunzio because that's what I know him as. Now later I come to find out that he was a former, that he was an ECW and he went by a different name, Little Guido. But my first introduction to him was as Nunzio. And I remember he came in as Jamie Noble's cousin, and he had his own FBI. It was him, Chuck Palumbo, and Johnny the Bull Stamboli. I actually enjoyed their group quite a bit. They had some good feuds with like Rikishi, Cena, Undertaker. They were never the stars of the show, but they were supporting roles. And yeah, I'm happy to have a Nunzio in my collection, and I think the figure looks pretty good. I do have a couple issues with it that I'll talk about basically right now. First off is the choice for the crotch piece. Very unique choice that he went with. Instead of just doing like a basic crotch piece, I believe this is Desmond Xavier, Wesley's WWE Elite figure, because I was trying to rack my brain. I'm like, who had tights like this that's like textured and stuff? And Wesley was the only one I can really think of. He's got those cool shorts. And of course, they were also in like a lime green color. And I believe that's what he used. I'm not crazy about it because honestly, it kind of looks like a big diaper. And I just think it looks kind of dorky, and I don't think the legs really sit well in the crotch piece. So that I'm not too crazy about. The other thing I'm not too crazy about is the side here. Actually, both sides, if you can see here. Man, this thing looks like it's ready to explode if I were to, like, bend at the abdomen. I feel like if I push too hard one way, this thing's just going to come apart. So it just seems like a ticking time bomb to me. And on this side, a little bit as well. Not as bad. There's a little bit of a cut here. I'm not sure what that happened or whatever the case may be. But with this one here, it's already like opening up and stuff. It's, yeah, not really a fan of that. I know shit happens, but I don't know. Nah, I'm not crazy about that. It just seems like at any moment, I touch it wrong. Maybe, I accidentally drop it. Oops. This thing's going to just burst into pieces. So I've got to be super careful with it. But other than that, I think it's pretty good. Those were the negatives that I had with it. I guess another negative I had is that he painted the beard on, which is a nice little touch, to be honest. The head is from the Jakks Pacific figure, and I think it looks perfect on the Elite body. Same thing with the Joey Mercury. Smaller guys and smaller heads, and I think they look good on the Elite body. I think they fit well. Some of the other Elite figures, I've seen some customs where they've used the Jakks Pacific head, and it looks very big and not proportionate. But I think with Joey Mercury and Nunzio, I think they look really good. But yeah, like I said, he painted the beard. Interesting choice. That was something I did not ask for. I did ask for one thing. I wanted an Italian flag here on the trunks. He ended up adding the Nunzio as well. For that, I was like, whatever. For me personally, I just wanted the Italian flag. That was the only thing I wanted, but he added Nunzio as well. Not a deal breaker there, but I'm just saying. And he's got his tattoo here, and it looks pretty good. But yeah, I'll just go through the articulation. We saw the head. It can move pretty easily. Arms moving just like a regular Elite. This one has the double jointed elbows, unlike Joey Mercury, who had the single jointed elbows. We saw the abdomen, but I'll just do it again. Got a waist swivel here. Thigh cut. As you can see, double jointed knees. We got the red knee pads and the red boots. There's no detail on them. They're just red boots. But yeah, this is another one that I thought was a pretty basic figure to make. I would say that the Joey Mercury was probably easier, where you already had the legs. You didn't have to do anything with that. The only thing you had to do was get a torso, get the head, and then just paint the little armbands. With Guido, you gotta source some more pieces because, he is a smaller guy. I will do a comparison between, I've got John Morrison here. Actually, I thought Guido was gonna be much smaller, but they're actually eye to eye. Not that I have a problem with it, but, little Guido or Nunzio is a smaller person. So that wasn't the best size comparison. But I also brought along some titles to show him off with. So here's the Cruiserweight title that he won, I believe, once. I don't know how long he was Cruiserweight champion. It was kind of like a blur. He won it on a house show in Italy. And I don't remember when he lost it. He might have lost it on the same tour. But yeah, he was a Cruiserweight champion for a bit. He didn't win any other titles. Just the Cruiserweight title. But hey, It's better than nothing, so it looks pretty good on him. And I brought another title to show him off with, because like I mentioned earlier, he is a former ECW superstar, former 2-time ECW Tag Team Champion. Shut up or your face. Where's my pizza? Here is little Guido. And he looks good with the ECW Tag Team title right there. And here we have him with the ECW tag title wrapped around his waist. And just seeing him with this makes me want to get like other members of the FBI, whether it be like Tracy Smothers, Tony Mama Luke, Tommy Rich. Maybe, you do a mix where you get Chuck Palumbo and Johnny the Bull Stamboli, and then you mix it in with the old FBI. You can do that as well. But yeah, solid figure. I think this one turned out quite well. And actually, speaking of ECW tag team titles, or just tag teams in general, that's going to be the lead-in for the next customs. So there was a bit of a theme with all the customs. They're all former ECW superstars. I mentioned, with Little Guido, former ECW, or Nunzio, formerly known as Little Guido. Joey Mercury, actually, some people might not know, was a part of ECW. In the dying days of ECW, he was part of a tag team. I forgot what they were called. I remember his tag team partner. It was Christian York. And Joey Mercury, he went by the name Joey Matthews. And, I forgot their tag team name right now. But technically, you can consider Joey Mercury a former ECW superstar. Maybe even an ECW original. But these next two guys are definitely ECW originals. A couple of wacky, crazy-looking guys. Like, when you see them separately and then when you have them together, it's just like, God damn, you're in for a hell of a beating. Or in for a hell of a show. If you're a wrestler, you're in for a hell of a beating. And if you're a fan watching, you're in for a hell of a show. And the tag team I am referring to is a tag team that I was actually very surprised that they never won the ECW tag team titles. I thought they did, but one of them held it a couple times and the other one did not. But anyways, the team that I am talking about is former ECW superstars, the Hardcore Chair Swinging Freaks, Balls Mahoney and Axel Rotten. These look awesome. I think these turned out amazingly well. These are also from Rude Awakening. These, alongside with the Joey Mercury and the Nunzio, these were what took so long. With this, there's a lot more pieces that go into it. You got the custom 3D printed head, all the tattoos, all the paint details. You can see the ripped up jeans look going on. I think it looks great. We're going to show them off individually, but I wanted to introduce them together as a tag team because, like I said, the Hardcore Chair Swinging Freaks. We're going to take a look at Axel first. Out of the two, I am less familiar with Axel. I'm more familiar with Balls Mahoney, but I think this is a solid looking Axel Rotten. We'll just do a quick 360. So there's the front. Side, you see the leg tattoo down there. There you go. Like I said, I think this thing looks incredible. I'm very happy with it. Let's take a close look at that head. Not sure who did the 3D printed head. He just ordered it and painted it. But as you can see, there's a couple cool details. You got a nose ring right there. And there's also a eyebrow piercing there as well. And I think the face looks very well painted. I'm very happy with that. He did glue on the head. There was something I noticed, so I was just kind of looking at the figure and stuff, and the head is glued on, so you're not able to twist and turn it like you are with the other two. I think I'm fine with that. I don't really have an issue with that. I do have a little bit of an issue with both Axel and Balls. I'm going to save that for the end, but I just want to show them off first. And you can see the shirt. He is a Kiss fan. And no other detail on the back. On the arm, we can see all his different tattoos. I think that's... Oh, I thought there was more on this arm. There's a lot on this one. This arm's quite stiff to put up, but as you can see here, big Kiss fan, like I said. And another tattoo in here. That might be Lobo. Or no, actually, that's probably like Gene Simmons, because Kiss fan. I saw the black and the white and the red eyes, and I'm like, oh shit, is that Lobo? But no, it's Kiss. It's probably Gene Simmons. So this body that he used, I believe, is a Kevin Owens. The top is definitely Kevin Owens. This is definitely a Kevin Owens shirt, and I believe the pants are as well. And he did a nice Gene wash on them. And then he also did the cuts in it to make it look like it's teared jeans, which that's probably my favorite part out of the two, is the like ripped jeans look. I think looks fucking sweet. Like, I think he did a really good job with those. And then on the bottom, we got some nice small boots. He put a little like bandage type thing here. I guess it's just supposed to be like socks, I believe. But he used a bandage material. So in terms of articulation, it is actually quite limited. I showed off the arms, with this one being pretty stiff. You got elbows that you can move, double jointed elbows, wrist. This arm is not as bad. Goes up and down. Same articulation, double jointed elbows, wrist. Like I said, the head does not move. Got a little bit of torso, not too much, to be honest. There's not much going on there. Waist does swivel, but in terms of the legs, the thigh cut, he glued it shut or something like that. I'm not sure why he did it on the axle. I know why he did it on the balls, and we'll talk about that after. But this leg does not move at all. This one moves, as you can see here. And then the knees are fine. Those move. The boots, no boot cut. I'm not sure what he did with the legs. I'm assuming there's a couple different pieces that were put together here. And as we can see on the leg, we got another leg tattoo. Or not another leg tattoo, but another tattoo on the legs. And it does have foot articulation. Little stiff, but it's there. Actually, this one doesn't want to move at all. But yeah. I think this axle is fucking incredible. I think he did a great job with it. Let's bring in Balls, and then we'll talk about both of them. So here we got Balls Mahoney, the caveman, and this one I think turned out quite well. Very big fan of how the head looks. I think it looks great. I really like the addition of the gig marks on the forehead. I think that's a nice little touch. And we'll do a nice little 360 of him as well. So here's the front of Balls. Moving it around. Actually, let me straighten this out so you can see the tattoos. Actually, it kind of looks like Raven from here. A little bit. There's the back. We'll take a closer look at that. And on this side, he's got his tribal tattoos. And yeah. So yeah, like I was showing off with the face, I think it looks incredible. I think he added some great detail in there. I think the paint looks great. I really like what he did with the hair too. Added some blonde with the brown. Looks quite nice. On his shirt, we see Balls and Axel. It's kind of hard to tell, but it does say Balls and Axel there. Axel Rotten, Balls Mahoney. Someone's getting a chair absolutely mangled around their head. Definitely some CTE. Balls Mahoney has been someone who I've seen just destroy people with chairs. He took the extreme thing very seriously. Actually, let's show off the back of the shirt. We can see extreme effing headache. It's kind of hard to tell, but you can see Axel's head there, Balls' head there. And they're holding up a couple chairs that they're going to wrap around somebody's head. Might be Little Guido, might be Joey Mercury. ECW at the top. And we'll take a look at the tattoos. On this arm, we got some tribal tattoos. Looking quite good. Nothing under the arm here. On this arm, we've got a dragon. Looking very menacing. And then we've got, I think that says Candido. I'm not sure. I think the application of these tattoos got messed up, so it's kind of hard to tell. It might be a Candido tattoo. I know him and Chris Candido were very close. They actually grew up together. And Chris Candido, his death, I believe Balls Mahoney took it very hard. Actually, something I want to say before I even forget, both these guys have passed away, unfortunately. So just a quick RIP to them. So I showed off the tattoos. He does not have any leg tattoos. His legs were always covered up. Similar to Axel, You've got the cut jeans look, and like I mentioned, the legs don't move. With this one, they're frozen in place. Now, I understand why he did it with this one, because this is just one large kind of cut in the jeans. So it makes sense for the thigh not to move, but it's not really lined up, as you can see, which I don't mind too much, but just something. This leg, again, doesn't move as well because the cut on the side of the jeans. And I believe this is the same thing along with the axle. This is on a Kevin Owens body. This is definitely the Kevin Owens torso. And I believe these are the same type of shorts that Kevin would wear. And he put a nice jean wash on this as well. You can't even tell, to be honest, that it looks that good. And then he did the little cutting effect, which I think looks phenomenal. And then on the legs, we got one blue leg and one black leg. And he's got similar boots to Axel. So, very cool looking figures. But I'm also a little disappointed in them. So my biggest gripe with these figures is not how long it took to get to me. I'm pretty understanding about that, to be honest. My biggest issue is the paint that he uses for these figures. I'm not sure what it is, but out of all the customs that I've ordered from different people, and I've got customs from about 5-6 different people at this point, I don't know what paint he uses, but the paint that he uses on his customs, I always find that they rub off. Before, the addition of these 4 that we got today, I have 4, and I've got paint issues with 3 of them. And what happens is, because I don't have my figures kind of on a shelf or displayed or anything like that, I have them in a container that I put it in. So the container can get a little hot, and, things happen. But I've never had issues with other people's customs, like nothing with the paint. But the paint that he uses on his customs, the Lion Storm that I've gotten from him, the paint has gotten stuck to other figures. The Jerry Lynn, it didn't get stuck to other people, but it's chipped off. And the Johnny Devine got stuck to somebody. Actually, it got stuck to my AJ Styles. Very sad to see that. He's got like this red patch on him from the Johnny Devine. And I can see myself having issues with these guys as well. I don't know if you noticed, but if you look closely, the shirts, they got like a shine to them, but honestly, they feel so gross. They feel very sticky. The best way to describe them is like the floor of a movie theater. That's what it feels like. Just, popcorn and soda spilled all over. I've actually already had an issue with it where I had, I put aside all the figures that I was going to show off for this video, and I kind of put them in a pile. You might not be able to see it, but on Guido's chest right here, you can see it a little bit, right where I have my fingernail, my right fingernail. A little bit of black paint there. And it was because I don't remember if it was Balls or Axel, but I laid it down on top of him, and I had to peel it off of him. It left a little bit of a mark. Like I said, it's not too much. It's not enough to sound the alarm and stuff. But because I've had issues with, a bunch of his other figures, I think I'm going to have the same paint issues with this as well. So I got to be very careful about how I put them on in the container and who I lean them up against, if anything. So it's something that I'm not really a fan of. I really don't know what kind of paint he uses, but whatever it is, it just seems like it's kind of cheap because it comes off and rubs off on other figures very, very easily. So I'm definitely going to have that issue with these 2 guys with their torso. That's the only thing that's painted. I don't think I'm going to have issues with the paint on the jeans. It's more the shirt. The shirt is what I'm worried about getting stuck to other people. Like I said, it got stuck to Guido. It wasn't like I had to get the Jaws of Light to prime off, but it was enough to I think I left it there for like a day, him on top of Guido, and in a day that, I had to fucking yank him off. So not happy about that. And just to pose the figures, we have the ECW Tag Team title here, Balls Mahoney, former ECW Tag Team Champion. Like I said, I thought him and Axel won it, but actually they never won the tag titles together. But he won the tag titles with Spike Dudley once or twice, and then he won it with Masato Tanaka. So he's a former 3-time ECW Tag Team Champion, and I think he looks pretty cool with it. You can't wrap it around him because he is a bigger guy, but that's how it looks around his waist. And I'll display it on Axel as well, even though he never won the tag titles. He actually never won any title in ECW, but that's not to downplay his accomplishments and matches and stuff and angles that he did in ECW. I think he's mainly known for the Taipei death match that he had with, I don't know if it's his brother, Ian Rotten. I know they have the same, working name, Rotten, but I'm not sure if they are brothers or not. Axel Rotten, Ian Rotten. At an ECW show, they had a Taipei death match, which basically is like you have wrist tape like this, but then you dip it in glass, and then you fight each other and punch each other in the head. So, pretty brutal match. I've never watched it because it just sounds fucking disgusting, and I'm very sure they use real glass. So that is not something that I want to see. But yeah, I think Axel looks pretty good with the ECW tag title. So here's a nice little group shot of all the customs together, and I think he did a great job. Very happy with the Joey Mercury and the Nunzio. I'm very happy with all of them. But the paint has me very worried about it rubbing off on other people. So I got to be very careful with that. But in terms of how they look, I think Axel and Balls look phenomenal. I think he really captured their likeness with them. I think they look great with the tattoos. Like I said, I can't say enough. I love the cut jean look. Not only did he do a great job painting it to make it look like jeans, but then cutting it up to look like it's all shredded and stuff. I really, really, really like how that turned out. And with Nunzio and Joey Mercury, two more basic figures, definitely more basic than like these guys. A lot more work definitely went into them. But that's not to downplay these two guys. Simple customs, but I think they look great. So 4 awesome additions to basically my ECW collection. Definitely these 3 here. With him, I'm going to kind of group him with Morrison. So I will link his Instagram in the description. I highly recommend checking out his page, especially if you like ECW custom figures. He has a plethora of images. I think he's posted some very, very cool stuff. And like I said, if you like the figures enough, or you want to place an order for yourself, and I do want to clarify before I end this, where I know these figures took a very long time to come, and he did message me and say, hey, I'm very sorry about the delay, because there was a lot of issues with the shipping as well, where he said he was going to ship it on this date, but it like happened a week later. So to kind of smooth things over with me, he offered if I place another order with him that he will give me a discount. So that's greatly appreciated. I'm glad he's trying to right his wrongs. Not to say that he did anything wrong. His biggest crime, honestly, is just lack of communication. That's the biggest thing I think he can improve on. Whether, I don't know if it's just me he's not giving updates, or other customers of his, but just if he's listening to this, just a little more communication, just small updates. I'm not asking for weekly updates, but, just let me know how things are going. So again, very cool additions, and I am very happy with how these turned out. Next, we have Marvel Legends, and this month we got 4 absolute bangers. 3 of them I have wanted in my collection for quite a while. One in particular that finally get my hands on. I'm super happy to have it. I don't want to waste any time. Let's start introducing the figures. The first one is a X-Men character who is a former villain turned X-Men. She goes by the name of the White Queen, Emma Frost. This is from one of the newer waves that's going on right now, one of the newer Marvel Legends waves. It's an X-Men themed wave. We'll take a look at the whole wave in a second. That will be listed on the side here. But I'm happy to finally have a retro looking Emma Frost. There's a couple Emma Frosts that have been released. There was one that was part of an exclusive Hellfire Club pack. That was a nice Emma Frost. And then there was another Emma Frost, which has her more a newer look of hers. And she's in a black dress and stuff. But this right here, this is what I think of when I think of Emma Frost. And just judging by the photo on the box, I think it looks great. I really think it captures her likeness. We'll take a close look at the box. So here we see the nice X-Men logo and a nice shot of Emma Frost and a little comic shot on the background there. On this side, we have another shot of her here. I believe this is from the new X-Men run. If I remember correctly, that's where she kind of started to phase in as an actual X-Men member, where before she was part of the Hellfire Club and just strictly a villain, and then eventually she was brought onto the X-Men team. I wasn't a fan of her and Cyclops becoming a couple, but that's nor here nor there. On top, we have an X-Men logo. On the bottom, we got some boring stuff. On this side, we can see the Build-A-Figure piece and everybody that's in this wave. So we've got Emma Frost, Fang, Monet, Saint Croix, I don't know how to pronounce that, Starjammer, Corsair, Kid Omega, and Chamber, and there's also a Cyclops that is not listed because it doesn't come with a Build-A-Figure piece, but he is also in this wave, and the wave itself is a Build-A-Figure for Chode, who is another member of the Starjammers, along with Corsair, who is Cyclops' father, and this is an awesome wave. Honestly, I want to get all the figures in this wave, with the exception of Cyclops. I'm not a fan of that design. Whenever these go on sale, I'll definitely be picking them up. I had to pick up the Emma Frost right away because this was a very sought-after figure. Almost instantly, it was like sold out on a bunch of different places. So I'm like, I gotta get my pre-order in. I don't care. I'll pay full price. I just need to add this to my collection. And on the back, we see a nice shot of Emma Frost. The accessories are pretty limited and minimal, which I'm not a fan of. I think she could have used a blast effect piece just to kind of show off her powers, because she just comes with hands. Now, she does have two powers, where her one power, she turns into Diamond, I believe. And the other power of hers is she's a telepath. And it would have been cool to get a nice little blast effect piece to kind of, show off potential telepathy that she's doing, maybe with her hands or something. That would have been cool. And here we have a Build-A-Figure piece for Chode, and we get the right leg of his. We are going to be opening up this bad boy, or bad girl in this instance. So let's do a tape check. So we are going to cut from this side here. Here is the tape, and it is nice and sealed. And on the opposite side, this one is sealed as well. But I'm probably going to have her displayed like this in my X-Men collection, so I'm going to be cutting from this side. But yeah, super excited to have this in my collection. Actually, this and the next figure we're going to show off big additions to my X-Men collection. And both are figures that were part of that package debacle that I thought got lost, but ended up coming to my house. It's this and the next figure that we're going to show off, so it couldn't, of course it had to happen to like figures I was really looking forward to. Well, there goes the Build-A-Figure piece, which was on the back of the cardboard. In there, empty box and the instructions. And we've got this piece for the Build-A-Figure piece, and I'm assuming the hands are in here as well. And here is the figure. Let's unbox everything and take a look at it. First thing we are going to take a look at is the hands that she comes with, which are just two solid white gloved hands, and one, you kind of use this as like she's doing telepathy and maybe stopping somebody in their tracks kind of thing, and the other hand that she comes with is just a fisted hand right there, and it's just white. There's no detail or anything to it. It's just a glove. So, why is my camera not focusing? There we go. Just a solid white glove, so really not too much to say there. We'll take a look at the hands that she does come with. So she comes with another fisted hand and another one of those kind of telepathy hands. So get both going on, or you can get one of each like she has. So, yeah, not bad. They're fine. The other accessory piece that she comes with is the Build-A-Figure piece for Chode, I believe is how you pronounce the name. And just a green leg, very scaly looking because he is like a lizard creature. Looks very green on the camera, but in person I would say it kind of looks like celery. It looked like the color of celery, but on the camera as I'm looking at it, it looks like it's fucking radioactive. That's how green it looks. But yeah, I would say like a nice celery color is what it looks like. So here is the leg. Really not much to say. You saw the knee bending right there. In case you're not sure which leg this is, here's an R for right. And it's got some ankle articulation there and a little bit of foot articulation. And here we can see some scales on the feet and the toenails. pretty gnarly. Not too much to say. I actually look forward to potentially building him out. Not actually building him out, but like collecting everybody to build him if I ever wanted to, because I did have this figure as a kid, the old like X-Men style figure. So getting it in like the new articulation, like new mold with the Marvel Legends articulation, is just super cool. So very cool and happy to have this one. And then let's take a look at Emma. Here she is, looking very attractive. She honestly kind of looks like the Scarlet Witch actress. I forgot her name. Something Olsen. Blew my mind when I found out that she's actually the sister of Mary-Kate and Ashley. I was like, what the fuck? She's the third sister? But yeah, anyways, that's nor here nor there. But to me, I don't know. I feel like she kind of bears a resemblance to the actress that plays Scarlet Witch. I don't know. I can see her there. If she was a blonde, I can see her face there. But in terms of the figure, solid white, which is her typical attire. Got a nice little cloak of sorts going on. And it is very rubbery, so it limits a lot of what she can do. And I think you can take it off. It looks like you can take it off here. If we look here, it looks like there's a little peg where you can pop it out. But on this one, it looks like it's glued in. So I'm not going to mess around with that. I'm just going to assume that it's there for the staying, like it's permanent thing. But otherwise, I don't know how you move her hands. Like, you can't really move her shoulders, anything. You just kind of got to move her elbows if you want to have any sort of movement there. Like I said, it's possible this might come off, but I'm not going to try it. I'm just going to kind of leave it the way it is. But yeah, I think the figure looks pretty solid. Like I said, this is what you would typically wear. And we'll take a look at the articulation, whatever we can kind of do with this. So she's got head articulation, of course. Not too much in the neck. You can swivel it around. But in terms of looking up or down, that's pretty much a no-go. Shoulders, there is a joint there. But getting to move it is next to impossible because the limitations of the cape. There is a joint there, and I'm sure they work, but we will not find out. Here we got single jointed elbows, and we saw the hands. Basic hands. And this side, again, single jointed elbow and a fisted hand. And abdomen, not too much. That's about as far, like, she'll go back a little bit, but she won't really go forward too much. So very limited there. We'll do a split test. And her legs are quite stiff. Decent little splits, not too bad. Let's do a sit test too. Sitting is not bad either. Way better than what I thought it was going to be. These legs are pretty solid though. They need to be broken in. But yeah, they quite tough there. I'm just trying to kind of work them and warm them up. We'll take a look at the rest of the articulation. We've got thigh, swivel, double jointed knees, pinless, and the elbows are pinless as well, for anybody that might be wondering. Let's see if we can bend this other knee, and it did bend. We've got some foot articulation. No ankle articulation, just foot. And we'll do the same thing with this side. Double jointed knees. It's really hard to kind of like maneuver this because the cape is it's just getting in the way of everything. So all her joints seem fine with the exception of her shoulders, which we cannot confirm. But here is a nice back shot of her. Not really much going on there. And on the front, she's got her nice little X-Men belt here because she has changed into a good person. And I think the face sculpt looks good. I like the blue lipstick and the blue eyeliner. I think it's a nice contrast for the white. I think it looks good. Solid figure. Very happy with it. And it's a nice addition to... It could be a nice addition to my X-Men collection or my villain collection. I can kind of swing her both ways. But to be honest, might put her in my X-Men collection. Although, like I was mentioning earlier, when they kind of made her Scott Summers, Cyclops' the love interest, as like a replacement for Jean Grey. I wasn't the biggest fan of that. And one of my favorite medias of X-Men, there's the show Wolverine and the X-Men, and it's a fantastic show. If you have not watched it, I highly recommend it. It's one season. I think there's about 23 or 26 episodes. It got canceled, but it's a very awesome season. Anyways, in that show, she is featured prominently as a member of the X-Men and love interest for Cyclops. And that's the show that kind of turned me onto her. Not a good use of words there, but turned me on in the sense of, oh, I kind of like her as an X-Men and maybe even a potential love interest for Cyclops. But for me, I'm team Jean Grey and Cyclops. They've been through enough. The whole fucking cloning saga, that's been a whole debacle. And just let them be happy. You know, just let Jean and Scott, let them sail into the sunset happy. And yeah, I'm team Cyclops and Jean Grey, but I did like her as part of the X-Men. So very cool to have in my collection. This next figure is also a part of the X-Men, kind of similar to Emma Frost in a sense, where this person is a villain. Now, they're not a villain turned good guy. I think in the newer comics, I believe he is a good guy, but I know him as a bad guy. He's mainly featured as a bad guy. And this is a figure people have wanted for years. They said, we want a redo of this figure. This figure has been released one time previously, and it's actually, I believe it's the first wave that Hasbro took over Marvel Legends. They did a Build-A-Figure for, I believe, this guy. I know they did one at one point early on when they took over, but I believe it was the first wave. And since then, people have wanted this guy because he is a very sought-after X-Men villain. They just kept blowing it off, and eventually, you know, it was the 60th anniversary of the X-Men. Seemed like a perfect opportunity to release him, and the figure I am talking about is a whole heck of a lot of person. It is the Blob. Now I gotta fucking put this back here because it is a gigantic figure. It is a deluxe figure, as you could probably tell by the box, but I'll compare it to the Emma Frost box. So there's Emma's box right there. It actually doesn't look as big next to the regular box, but it is a very giant box. So yeah, here is Blob, finally released. Super happy to have him. Super happy that they released him like this and not part of another wave, like a Build-A-Figure wave. I'm happy to get him all intact and just get him in general. I think he's one of the last big X-Men villains that were kind of people kind of needed in their collection. I like Blob. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I'm just a big X-Men fan. I like the X-Men. I like the Brotherhood of Mutants. I like Apocalypse. I like it all. Now let's take a look at the box real quick. On top, we've got the 60 years of X-Men. Very cool. And here's a nice shot of Blob himself, looking very angry. And we see a nice comic shot on the back there. On this side, we see another shot of the figure, and he is quite a thick boy. Huge thighs. On the bottom, we got some boring stuff. On this side, we've got a very retro-looking Blob from the comics. I would have liked a more modern look at him. It is what it is. And on the back here, we see Blob and all the accessories he comes with. He's a whole hell of a lot of figure. That's the main selling point, but he also comes with another head and a set of hands, and he's coming in at the 8.34 inches mark, so quite a tall figure. We'll be comparing him against Emma Frost. Not a fair comparison because, you know, she is a very tiny woman, and he is, you know, a mountain of a man. But we're still going to do the comparison. We are going to open this bad boy up. So there's tape on the top and the bottom. I'm going to cut from the bottom, but I'll show both to verify that it has not been opened and tampered with. So sealed there. And on the bottom, sealed. Not as sealed. It does look like the tape didn't really go on properly, but it's sealed and hasn't been touched. At least I haven't touched it. So here we are pulling out Frank Dukes. That is his real name. Obviously, Blob is the code name. Very big box. Inside, empty. And quite the prison for him. On top, we see his accessories. There's a little flap here. we'll take a look at that in a second. And it looks like I'm going to have to do some work on how to fucking release him from this cardboard prison. So give me a second. I'm going to unbag everything and do this Rubik's Cube of unraveling. Figured out how to let him out, and the problem is never taking it out. It's always putting it back and repacking it, so that will probably be a bit of a pain in the ass, but that's for me to worry about off camera. But as far as on camera, let's show off the accessories. So we've got a set of hands here. We've got a fisted hand and a kind of grabbing hand here. And they look pretty good. There's some good detail in them. You see some veins. It looks like there's freckles on them. I know he's got a lot of freckles on his body. I see freckles on his legs and arms and all that kind of stuff. So it makes sense to have it on his hand. It doesn't look like it's being picked up on the camera, but I can verify that there are some freckles along the hand here. So nice big fisted hand. And the other hand is, you know, like I said, a kind of gripping hand. Maybe you can throw a couple sodas in this hand, maybe a hot dog, Nightcrawler, you know, some X-Men you can put in here. But again, he's got some freckles along the hand and just a very, very large hand. And here we've got his extra head, his very angry head. And actually looking at this head kind of reminds me of Blob in the Ultimate Universe. They did probably one of the craziest things I've ever seen in a comic. So in the Ultimatum, which is this big ending event in the Ultimate Universe, Ultimate Universe is kind of its own separate comic series. They launched it to make it pretty accessible for people to jump into, because jumping into, you know, any comics is kind of a big task ahead of you, because you're like, I don't know where to jump in. There's so much previous books and stories, and, you know, like, how are you supposed to keep up with all that? And they launched the Ultimate Universe, and I actually enjoyed it quite a bit, especially the X-Men and Spider-Man universe. I have almost all the books for those. But anyways, in the Ultimatum, which was this world-ending event where there's this giant tidal wave and there's a certain villain that's behind that. I won't get into that. But anyways, Blob in the Ultimatum event, he does something crazy. If you don't want any spoilers, maybe skip about a minute. But in the comic, he is shown eating the Wasp. The Wasp, who's a member of the Avengers, I believe it's Hank Pym, finds him just gnawing on her, just picking the meat out of his teeth. It was crazy. It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. And then, on top of that, you have Hank Pym grow super large, takes the Blob, and bites his fucking head off. Insane. It's absolutely insane. I highly recommend reading the Ultimate Universe and Ultimatum. Ultimatum, not so much. It's just kind of like, it's nuts. It's just absolutely nuts, all the stuff that they do. But anyways, enough about all that. The Blob head, I think, looks pretty good. He looks very angry and hungry. Surprised he only has 2 chins. I was expecting way more. You can see a lot of the freckles on his face. Nice detail there, and I think the paint looks pretty solid on his teeth, tongue, on the eyes, the hair, everything. I have no issues with that. I think it looks pretty good. I like it. Now let's show off the man of the hour and bring in the Blob. And oh my god, there's no body shaming on this channel, but god damn it, he is a large, large man. And I think they captured the likeness to Blob quite well. He's large, he's rotund, he's hard to maneuver, which, you know, probably is real for him. This is his typical clothes that he would wear. He'd wear like the singlet and these like gauntlets on his hands. So it is pretty accurate to what his typical uniform is, but let's take a look at the articulation on him, because I'm very interested to see what kind of articulation he has or doesn't have. So in terms of the head, I'm going to assume there's no neck articulation, and there's actually more than I was expecting. Okay, pretty good actually. And you can actually angle it on a way, get it to look down more or look up more, which is pretty cool. I like that. Let's actually change out the head. Let's see how easy it is. That was actually very easy. It fucking just flew off. Let's put on the other head. And that's what the neck peg looks like in the inside. Let's put it in. I didn't hear a click, but it is pretty solid in there. And here we see Angry Blob, or maybe Hangry Blob. You won't like him when he's hangry, which is probably quite often. But I actually like the head quite a bit, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of screaming heads. I don't know, it just feels like it fits him. Let's go with arm articulation. It is there. And here we can see freckles on his arms as well. We'll just take a look at his body real quick. Here's some more freckles on his legs, and we can see a couple rolls. More freckles on this arm. And I showed off the back already, but I just want to show off all the freckles on his body. So back to the articulation. His arm goes up not that much. Goes down all the way. You can put it to his side. And here's what it looks like with his arm out. In terms of elbow, we've got one single elbow. Pinless joints here. Nothing on the arm and nothing on the leg. So if you're into that, you'll be happy to know that. Do we have... Oh, we can bend here. Okay, the elbow goes all the way around. That's nice. And hand is just typical stuff. We will pop out a hand. We'll pop out the grabbing hand. Actually, I'm going to pop out the other hand. Hands came out and went in quite easily, so happy to report that. Let's check the other arm for articulation. This one's nice and smooth. Elbow as well. Do the swivel in the elbow. And the hand seems kind of loose. It goes at a whim, but it is solid, whatever direction you put it in. It's not, you know, it's not going to move. Let's check out the abdomen. Where does he have a joint? He does have one up here. You can go back a little bit. You can go forward a little bit. That's about it. I'm assuming, yep, no waist. Or if it is, mine just doesn't want to move, but I don't believe there is one. Legs, wow, heck of a split test for Buddy here. Not what I was expecting. I was expecting his splits to be like this, but he can. Oh my God, he's almost on like Ryu's level of splits. For how big he is, that's quite impressive. Let's do a sit test. So here he is. Let's check the thighs. Thighs move nicely. Knees, one single knee joint. Does the knee does not have the same thing that the elbow does, where it kind of turns around. There's actually no boot cuts, which I'm very surprised about. I thought there would be one there. There is ankle articulation, as you can see, and there is foot articulation. You can move it back and forward, and we'll check this side as well. Thigh, knee, and ankle, and foot. So very cool to have Blob in my collection. Super happy to add him to my villain collection, my Brotherhood of Mutants. We'll show off some in a second. Just want to do a little comparison of him and Emma Frost. As you can see, I don't know if she's gonna want to stand. Okay, she doesn't want to stand, but here's where she lines up with him. Just under the chest there, and yeah, he is quite large and towering over her, and we will kind of put her in his hand like he's choking her. His hand actually fits perfectly around her waist, so he can kind of do like a King Kong type thing, or he's just holding her up in the sky, hanging off a skyscraper while he's being shot by airplanes. Here I brought in a couple of the Brotherhood of Mutants. We got Toad, Quicksilver, Magneto, Scarlet Witch, and Sabretooth. And here is Blob fitting in right at home. I think he looks great with his fellow Brotherhood of Mutants. And, you know, for the hell of it, we'll throw in Emma Frost. Never a part of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Like I said, she was always part of the Hellfire Club. But, you know, kind of a baddies group of X-Men villains here. So I think these both look great, and great additions to my X-Men collection. And last but not least, for Marvel Legends, this is a 2-pack. In particular, I'm really looking forward to one figure. The other figure, not so much, but it's going to be cool to have her in my collection. But this is a version of a character that I wanted for a very long time. I'm super happy they're releasing it. I wish they released it as a single figure on a card, the retro Spider-Man card. But honestly, I'm not going to be too picky. I'm just happy that they released the figure. And the figure I am talking about is the Spider-Man VHS 2-pack of Doc Ock and Aunt May. Now, Aunt May is super cool. I'm happy to have her in my collection. But I bought this thing for this guy here. I like Doc Ock. He's one of my favorite Spider-Man villains. He's definitely a villain that is missing in my collection. But this version in particular, I really like it. Now, most versions of Doc Ock, you see him as kind of this chubby scientist who just looks very dorky. I like this version where he just looks badass. He still has the dorky haircut. He still has his familiar colors in the yellow and green. But I don't know, there's just something about this suit that I really, really like for Doc Ock. So I'm very, very happy to have this and add it to my Spider-Man collection. And like I said, Aunt May is cool, but she's not the main focus here. That guy is. And let's do a quick box check. Here we see a nice animated shot of Aunt May and Doc Ock. I think they both look pretty good. Aunt May looks a little weird, mainly around the head. Maybe if they put a black outline like they do with the rest of the outfit, I think it would look more normal. But right here, she looks like she's ripped out of a Disney movie. So she looks a little awkward, but you know, that's it is what it is. Doc Ock, I think, looks awesome. I love the purple background and the Spider-Man animated logo. On top, we see that logo again. On the side, we see the VHS slots. Now, even though it's depicted as such, you can't pull them out individually. It's just part of the box. That's how it is. I'm very interested to see how it is packed inside. We'll take a look at that in a second. But a nice little side shot of Doc Ock and Aunt May. And this is actually my first Spider-Man VHS collection. I've gotten a few of the X-Men ones, but this is the first one that I'm getting for Spider-Man. On the bottom, we've got some boring stuff. On this side, we have basically the same picture that we saw on the front, followed by a big Spider-Man logo. And on the back, we get nice toy shots of Aunt May and Doc Ock. We don't see their accessories. I know the tentacles are the accessory for Doc Ock. I'm sure he comes with some hands. Aunt May, maybe a hands, maybe another head. We'll have to wait to see. In terms of opening this bad boy up, I will probably cut from the bottom. So it looks like cut from the top or the bottom. Top is sealed, but I'm going to cut from the bottom, just showing that that tape is sealed. And on the bottom, it is sealed as well. Honestly, this month for Marvel Legends, all fucking killer editions. Emma Frost, Blob, Doc Ock, Aunt May. Okay, this looks very interesting here. Let's pull out all the tentacles, and I'm very excited about these tentacles because they all have bendy wire. So whatever way you want to put them, whatever position, you can do as such. So that's one of the really cool things about this Doc Ock. All the previous other Doc Ocks, there's been 2 that have been released, I believe, and all of them have very stationary claws, where this one, you have full mobility. So that's really cool. Continuing on with the unpacking, here looks like another set of Doc Ock hands and some instructions. We've got some stuff for Aunt May. Looks like a set of hands. And how the hell are we going to pull this out and or pack it together? Okay, it slides out. It's quite nice. Okay, kind of like a VHS slot. Inside it is empty. And here we have the figures. So I'm going to unpack them and the accessories, and then we will take a look at them. First accessory we're going to take a look at is the extra set of hands for Aunt May, and just some very, very tiny fisted hands. And really not too much to say, just, you know, white skin color, fisted hands. They look fine. We've seen them before. Nothing much to talk about there. The hands that she comes with are 2 open hands. Maybe she's like, Peter, I'm going to give you $10, you know, do that thing that grandparents do, always give you money and shit. And that's probably what the hands are for. You know, for the heck of it, let's take out one and let's put on a fisted hand. When Doc Ock kidnaps her, she can be like, oh, you damn Dr. Octopus kidnapping me again. I actually like the fisted hand on her. It makes her more badass. So that was all the accessories for Aunt May, just the set of hands. Next we are looking at Doc Ock's set of hands, and he gets 2 yellow fisted hands. There's no texture on them. They're just plain yellow hands, kind of like a Simpson, but they are gloves, as we know, because it's a suit, and he comes with a kind of menacing hand here, kind of a gripping hand. And in this hand here, he can hold like a beaker where he's doing some science experiments. We already took a look at one of them, and we'll just do a deeper look. But here are the tentacles for Doc Ock. There are 4 of them. We're just going to take a look at one of them because, you know, they're all the same. So they're pretty lengthy in terms of where they match up. So that's Doc Ock, straight to the ground, and it's about 12 inches, I would say. I would say probably 10 to 12 inches, because it just looks like, you know, if you could stack Doc Ock on top of himself, it would be the equivalent. And here we can see the hand, the little claw coming to grab you. Looks pretty good. Have no issues there. Looks very mechanical. Here we can see the holes for the piping that's in there that allows it to be flexible. I never knew why they put the holes in whenever they put in the flexible wire. I'm sure there's a reason for it. I have no idea. If anybody knows in the comment section, please feel free to enlighten me. Why are there the holes whenever they put in bendy wire? We saw you can put it in a bunch of different shapes, and we will be taking a look at these in a second when we put them in Doc Ock. But first, let's take a look at Aunt May, and I think she looks pretty good. The face is a little weird. Not crazy about it. I don't know, there's just something off about her. Not the head scan I would have gone with, but maybe it's fitting for the scenario where she's taken by Doc Ock, so she is worried about her life. What's going to happen? She's been kidnapped. Will she be saved? So I guess from that perspective, it does make sense, but I would have liked maybe a bigger smile or something like that. Maybe Spider-Man saves the day. She's very happy to see him. Something like that. And nice short blonde hair for her, blue eyes. We can see some wrinkles on her face. She's in a nice blue blazer with a nice purple skirt, and she also has a purple tie underneath and some nice purple shoes. She looks like she's going to be very similar to Emma Frost in terms of very limited articulation, because this is a very hard plastic, so you're not going to be able to move her very much. I already know the legs pretty much non-existent, and the same thing with the abdomen. Can't do anything there. So we'll take a look at the stuff that we can do, and we'll take a look at the head. Head looks like it comes way off the ball. I don't know, it feels like it can maybe go down a bit. It just looks a little high, at least on the side, but from the front it doesn't look too bad. She can't really look up too much because the hair kind of gets in the way. She can look down quite a bit. And as you can see, it kind of looks a little goofy there. But it is what it is. We'll have her facing forward. I like how she's kind of hunched over, kind of like a granny. That's pretty cool. I like that. We saw her head can swivel, neck. We saw that. Let's take a look at the arms. And up and down, no bicep swivel. We've got a single jointed elbow. But she has the elbow similar to Blob, where it can move inside, which is pretty cool. And the hand, just regular hand articulation. And this side, we'll do the same thing. Check all the joints. It is pinless, for people that are wondering. Again, swivel around. Nice. Hand, good. And then abdomen, again, limited by the coat, so we can't really see or do much. For the legs, solid skirt, so no split test or sit test. This is just kind of how you get her. You can kind of put her on her knees. Maybe she's doing like a praying, you know, Spider-Man, please come save me. So the knees do bend, and you can get a little bit there. There is a cut in the back of the skirt that was there. I didn't do that, or maybe I did do that. No, but it was there. So you do get a little bit of movement there from the skirt, so you can do some stuff with her. And then got some foot articulation, Ankle, no ankle, just the straight foot back and forth. I think it looks pretty good. Like I said, the head scan is not my favorite. I wish something with this suit where we could, use the articulation more. It just seems pretty weird to have it so limited. It's just kind of there. You can't really pose or do anything with it. And now let's take a look at the man himself, the man of the hour, Dr. Octavius, Otto Octavius, Dr. Octopus, whatever you want to call him. I want to call him perfect. I really like how this looks. I'm very, very happy with it. We are going to do a full breakdown and take a look at some stuff. But just off the cuff, just how it looks right now, love it. I think they did a killer job. I know there's going to be one limitation to it that I know was mentioned when it was announced, that there's no ab crunch. There is a waist crunch, so it can go back and forth a little bit. But in terms of an actual ab crunch, there is none because of the back piece for the tentacles. So there will be no ab crunch. That's just something I want to make mention of now. But let's take a look at the figure himself. Let's take a look at that head scan. And I think the head scan is very well done. I like his stupid little haircut. It looks super dorky, his little bowl cut. I like the little cell shaded look on the glasses. I think it looks pretty cool. The glasses are actually translucent. So you can see behind them. But I don't think he has any eyes, because if you look here, there should be an eyeball there, and there's nothing. So underneath these glasses, and they're goggles, they're all around his head, as you can see. They're stuck to his face. You cannot take them off. And underneath there, if you were to take them off, you'll have some hideous eyeless creature. And that just sounds absolutely terrifying. So it would have been cool to have some eyes there, something of that sort. But with the no eyes, I keep wanting to look at it and it to look back, and there's just nothing there. So let's check the head joints. That's about as far up as he can look and about as far down as he can look. This isn't limiting his neck movement because, as you can, well, there it is. But for the most part, it's not really touching the further down you bring it. So something to keep in mind. And upwards, the back does not constrict it as well. So just something in case people are wondering. I am interested to see if the arms are limited to it. This is a solid piece of plastic. This isn't even like a soft rubber of any sort. Well, actually, no, it is bending a little bit. Okay, it's a little malleable, but it's pretty solid. Now let's check the arms. And the arms can go up about that far. That's as far as they go. They are quite limited. But in this case, he doesn't really use these arms too much. He'll be using these arms. And we'll take a look at those in a second after we take a look at Doc Ock. So in terms of the arm, we got bicep swivel, double jointed elbows. Yes, there they are. They are pinless, and the legs are pinless as well. No gauntlets. We do have a wrist swivel here and some hand articulation, and we'll check out the same on here. So bicep, double jointed elbows. The arms kind of scare me a little bit. I noticed with this too when I was trying to bend the elbows. A lot of movement here in the bicep. Don't like that. But yeah, double jointed elbows. The second elbow part, oh, there it goes, meant. Hand we already know about, and the waist has a waist swivel, and like I said, no abdomen, which I think it's fine. It's worth the this piece here. Split test, pretty solid. I got no issues there. It's about what I was expecting. Sit test, quite good as well. I give that a passing grade. Now let's take a look at the leg articulation. Forward, backwards with the kick. We've got thigh swivel, double jointed knees. Top one's a little tough. No boot cut. No boot cut at all. Okay, unless mine's just very stiff. Let's try this one. No boot cut at all. And we got foot articulation and ankle. Got some ankle there, which is pretty nice. And again, thigh, double jointed knees, and ankle and foot. All the articulation seems to be good. Now let's try the arms in. And I will say, I have seen some people review this figure. People didn't review it too favorably. Actually, hold on. There might be another piece of articulation. Ooh, the claw has a ball joint. That's awesome. Is it like that for all of them? I'm going to assume so. Yeah. Oh, wow. That's actually pretty cool. I just noticed that when I was stretching it out to put in the arms, that there's a little ball joint at the end there. So that's pretty cool. Another little piece of articulation. But yeah, I've seen a couple of people review this figure, and they didn't speak too positively about the arms. I think they don't sit well. I saw some guys say you have to really jam it in there. So that's what we're going to do. Okay, there's a click. That's probably what I needed to hear. Now let's go for the other top piece. You do have to put in quite a bit of force to get the arms in, but I think that might have been the issue that people were having. They just weren't pressing hard enough, and like I said, you do have to put in quite a bit of force. So here are the tentacles. I kind of have them going in a bunch of different ways. You can put them however you want. If you want to stretch them out fully, for some reason you want to do it fully extended, you can do that. If you kind of want to have them resting, maybe he's concocting a plan, maybe he's on some downtime, maybe the tentacles aren't active, you can kind of put them downwards and they're kind of just chilling there. If you want, sometimes he uses the tentacles, not sometimes, he actually does it quite a bit, uses the tentacles to move. So here you can kind of pose them like this, and a lot of different things you can do with him. And I got one thing I want to try. I don't know if it'll work. I'm going to try and take this Aunt May and tie her up in a tentacle. Let's see if that will work. It kind of works. I had to kind of wrap it around her arms, and that's how she's kind of holding on. But it doesn't get tight enough to kind of hold against her waist or her body, whatever you want to do. But that would be him kidnapping her and kind of walking away from the crime scene. And yeah, just, I tucked it under her arms, and she is kind of hanging there, as you can see. So that is pretty cool. I gotta say, I am actually super happy about this. The only downside, and it's not even a downside, I would have just liked this on a single carded release on the retro card. I have tons of the villains on the retro card. I was actually going to bring some out to kind of show them off with, but the way I have them displayed, it's such a pain in the ass to take them out, so there's not going to be any comparisons here. But yeah, if I could have gotten this guy on a single solo card, retro carded Spider-Man release, that would have been my dream come true. But the fact we even get this figure itself is incredible. I am very, very happy with this Doc Ock. This is the Doc Ock that I wanted. Now my next request, and I think it might be in the pipeline. I haven't seen it leaked or anything like that, so I'm not saying this for sure. But my next request, and I would love to see it, would be an animated figure of Chameleon. I think he's due for a figure. I think he's long overdue for a figure. And him done in the animated show style, that would be the next thing on my list, where it's like, okay, I really, really would like that. But this right here, huge check off my villain want list for Spidey. So I am beyond happy about this one. I think it turned out phenomenal. And in case you're interested in getting this one, it is only a Hasbro Pulse exclusive, so you'd have to go to Hasbro Pulse and order yourself one. Where the other figures, the Blob and the Emma Frost, they're available everywhere. GameStop, Toys R Us, Walmart, Target, you name it, they sell figures, you can probably buy it there. But this one, Hasbro Pulse exclusive. I meant to mention that at the beginning, but better late than never. And one thing I want to try before I wrap up the Marvel Legends segment, because I'm going to be packing this bad boy away, let's see how easy it is to take out the arms, because I did apply a lot of pressure to put them in. And not bad. You do have to pull a little bit, but they come out quite easily, to be honest. We are ending out with the Power Rangers Lightning Collection. Got a bunch of cool additions here. And the additions for this month are kind of a continuation for last month. So if you watched the last episode in the Power Ranger section, we got Dino Fury Blue as part of Wave 14. We'll display him like this. And I got my hands on the rest of Wave 14. So we've got Dino Thunder Black, Dino Thunder Mesogog, and Lost Galaxy Pink. So we're going to be unboxing all of those. Like I said, we already unboxed him. He was in the last episode, so if you want to see the figure and the breakdown and if mine was any good, check out the last episode. But this episode, we're going to be focusing on these three. And I think we got to start with Lost Galaxy, because with Dino Thunder Black and Dino Thunder Mesogog, they go together, so it's better to save them together. So we're going to start out with Lost Galaxy Pink, but just as a whole, the rest of this wave is actually really, really cool because we are completing two teams. We are completing the Dino Thunder team. We're getting a big bad, the big villain, which is awesome. Love getting the villain characters. And we are also completing the Lost Galaxy team. So we're going to start out with Lost Galaxy Pink. We will come back to Dino Thunder Black and Mesogog in a second, but here she is, the final member of the Lost Galaxy team, Kendrix, the Pink Ranger. And speaking of Lost Galaxy, we unboxed the Lost Galaxy Yellow Ranger in the last episode, along with Dino Fury Blue. So if you're interested in also checking that out, feel free to check out the last episode. So here is her box, looking pretty good. I do like this style in the pink. I think it looks really good. I think the pink really pops. Nice shot of her on the front, holding the Quasar Saber. We'll talk more about that later. Nice little render of her here. On top of the box, we've just got Pink, because she's the Pink Ranger. On this side, a nice shot of her helmet and the Lost Galaxy logo. On the bottom, we got Boring Stuff. On this side, this is how I'm going to have her displayed in my collection, and we'll show her off with the rest of the Lost Galaxy team. And on the back, we have all the accessories, and here is her name, Kendrix. And she actually comes with quite a bit of accessories. So, of course, you come with the standard figure, the civilian head, the helmet. She actually comes with a pair of glasses, because her character is known for wearing glasses. We've got a blast effect piece, we've got her trans dagger, and we've got both versions of her Quasar Saber. We got the dagger mode, and we have it fully extended, and of course an extra set of hands. And we are going to do a tape check, so we're going to be cutting from the bottom, and as we can see, tape is sealed. At least that one is. Tape is sealed, and there is tape on the top as well. I'll just show it off even though we're not going to cut it. Sealed, and on this side, sealed. Let me get my handy dandy knife, and I'm actually pretty excited about this. I like Kendrix. She's one of my favorite Pink Rangers, and just basically because of her story. I know she's the first Ranger to die, canonically. I think I pronounced that word right. But yeah, her character was actually killed off in the show because the actress who played Kendrix, was actually suffering from cancer. She got diagnosed with cancer. So what they did was they killed her off in the show so she can go and handle her business, obviously take care of herself. So inside here we see the instructions, and the box is empty. And we have the typical Lightning Collection stuff, and we already see the accessories busting out of the bag. I'm surprised they kind of fit it in here, because there's a lot of accessories to be had. They just, squeezed it in here, but we'll check that out. And of course, here is her figure. So let's unbox this, and we'll take a look at her accessories on the figure. Forgot to mention, we were talking about how her character was killed off. I'll just show her real quick. So her character was killed off in the show, and she was replaced with another character. The character who was Astronema in Space season, she ended up being the replacement for the Pink Ranger. It wasn't the same. I will say I'm Team Kendrix in terms of Lost Galaxy Pink, but this is a figure I can definitely see being released with the Corone head whenever they decide to do that. But I can see them doing that eventually. I don't know if that's something they're gonna fast track because they just put out this one, but it is something in the future that I can see them releasing. So let's take a look at our accessories real quick. We are going to start off with the hands. We've got two kind of gripping hands. This is more like a claw hand. I think this might be for posing or maybe even holding the saber. Actually, I don't know why, but this hand looks a little bit different from this one, but I believe they do the exact same thing. And just normal white hands. The hands that she comes with is one fisted hand and one karate chop hand. So I will probably... Actually, you know what? Let's do it now. Let's replace the hands. Not a fan of the karate chop hands. It's cool that they give it, but I've mentioned this before. I'm just like a boring guy, like my C gripping hands. I feel like this should be default for any figure that ever comes out. This should be what's given, like what's given in the box. It should be what the default hands are. It should be, that's what I automatically have when I take the figure out. Alright, so there she is with the new hands. It did take me a little bit of pressure to pop them in because they weren't popping in. They were just slightly above it, or below it, I apologize. And I had to apply some pressure to push it in. But I'm happy to say they fit in the joints and they look good. So the hands are good. Actually, since we got her, let's try out her glasses accessory. We'll just show it off real quick. I believe this is the second character to come with a pair of glasses. I know Billy Cranston from MMPR, he comes with glasses. Holy shit, that just... Where the fuck did this go? It just flicked out of my hands and disappeared. I found it, but there's like this little yellow dot I was trying to scratch out. Right there on the glasses. I was trying to get rid of that, but... God damn it, these glasses are just popping out of my hands. I'm going to try and do that later, but there is a little speck right there, as you can see. But yeah, I believe she is the second character to come with glasses. I could be wrong on that. But MMPR Blue, Billy, came with glasses as well. Actually, I think his were stuck to his face. I could be mistaken on that. I've never taken it out of the box, so I'm not completely sure. And her bangs kind of get in the way of putting these glasses on. Actually, there it is. Okay, there we go. It's resting on her ears. Perfect. And I think it looks good besides a little speck. It's fucking annoying me, but I'm going to leave it on for now. Because, you know what? Hold on. Let me try and take it out. Give me 1 second. Alright, I tried to take it off, but I was not able to. Actually, you can see it. There's a little white line there where I end up like doing a little scratch to the glasses. So I'm just going to leave it on because it's not coming off. But it is pretty irritating that it's just like dead center in the glasses. But the glasses look good, and I think she looks good with or without them. I'd probably have her displayed without them, to be honest. Actually, probably with them. That's like her signature look. But with these glasses, probably not. Next accessory we got is her trans dagger. And I don't know if it's bent, like if mine came fucked up in the package, because there was just so many things shoved into the bag. But it does look bent, but it could be this way. So I'm not 100% sure if this is bent from the bag, or is it meant to be straight? I can actually see it being bent. It kind of makes more sense to me. But again, I'm not sure if that was a bag issue or if this is how it's supposed to be. But I think it looks good. There's some good detail on it. Some nice gold paint and pink in it. Some nice detail. And there's the other side. Pretty much the same details on either side, which is nice. And we will put it in her hand. And here she has it, holding it as a weapon. I guess she can swipe it like this or shoot stuff with it. I honestly don't remember too much about the trans daggers and how they were used, but probably something similar to that. So I think it looks really good. I'm happy with the trans dagger. Continuing on with weapons, we've got two more. We've got the dagger and we've got her Quasar Saber. We're going to start out with the dagger. So here's the little miniature version. We can see her little animal logo right there. It is not as centered as I would like it to be. It actually kind of looks a little bad. This sword looks better. The emblem placement, but yeah, it's a little rough on the dagger mode. But anyway, speaking of dagger, here it is. I actually think they missed the black paints as well, because I think the black paint should be along the edges, but it's like in front of it. A little bit of a sloppy paint job. The back looks pretty good. The lines are painted correctly, but this front side, extremely rough, actually, now that I look at it, with this and this. And I'm going to put it in her little holster. Move your arm. Boom, there she is, ready for battle. Perfect, looks nice and compact. And let's take a look at the bigger version. Some nice detailing on it. This will be our 5th, actually 4th technically, because the Yellow Ranger did not come with this accessory. She came with the Quasar launcher instead, which is an accessory that the Pink Ranger doesn't come with. She comes with the Trans Dagger instead. But here's a nice shot of the Quasar Saber. And I'm happy to say that the paint looks good. Again, there's her little emblem. That's her animal. I don't remember what it is. I was trying to look at the helmet and see what it was. I can't for the life of me remember what it is. And of course, every Lightning Collection figure comes with a lightning effect. So we're going to wrap it around the sword. Maybe. Here we go. Looking pretty sweet. It's powered up. I actually like the way the blue looks on this. It looks pretty sweet. And we will put it in her hand, like she is wielding Excalibur. So here she is, ready for battle. Looking pretty sweet. Like I mentioned, I do like how this saber looks with the blue lightning effects. It actually looks way better on camera. I think with the light hitting it, it kind of looks like it's charged up, like it's ready for an attack. It actually looks really nice. And last accessory we have is her helmet, which we will be putting on in a second. Feels very shiny. It's very feels very slippery, like it's got like it's covered in baby oil. So here's a nice shot of the helmet with the yellow eyes. I'm trying to remember her Zord, but it is not coming to me. It's not a bird, because the Green Ranger had the bird. It's bugging me. I'll have to look at it after. But yeah, I think the helmet looks pretty good. It's got all the details that you'd want. And we are going to pull off her civilian head. Hopefully the neck joints. Oh, that was actually really, really smooth. That was nice. Oh shit, I didn't do my favorite pose. God damn it. I forgot. Hold on. So here she is with her scuffed glasses, holding her helmet under her arm. Looking pretty sweet. She's got her not Trans Dagger, her Quasar Saber holstered there. Looking quite awesome. And we're going to do the head swap. We already saw that the civilian head pops off quite easily, which is nice. And hopefully this one pops on as easily. It looks a little high, but that's as far down as I wanted to go. So here she is with her helmet, and the helmet looks good. It looks very glossy compared to the rest of the body. Like, the head just really stands out as being super shiny. It's like a marble of some sort with how shiny it is. Here's a nice shot of her with the helmet on. Now let's break down the articulation. So we've got the head swivel, a little bit of neck movement, not too much. And she's got the butterfly joint, as all Lightning Collection figures have. And it's moving quite nicely. No friction of any sort. It's not getting stuck on anything, which is good. Shoulder articulation. Ooh. Biceps kind of popping out there. Hold on. Okay, got to be careful with the arms. How about this arm here? Let's bring it up. That was a little hard. Okay, this one wasn't popping out, so I got to be careful with this arm. It seems like it's kind of weak. I got to be careful when I bring it down. I got to push more on the shoulder joint than the bicep. Speaking of bicep swivels. On both, we got double jointed elbows, quite smooth. On both sides, happy to report. We got the gauntlet swivel, hand articulation. Same thing on this side. Glove cuts, and hand wrist And we're moving down to the chest. She can go back quite a bit. Like she's just been hit. Ugh. And swivel there. Nice. I don't know if the skirt is limiting the articulation. I feel like slight bit in terms of her crunching forward. It seems like the skirt's kind of getting in the way. Speaking of skirt, she does come with a skirt, and it is pretty hard plastic. This is quite thick. It's not as soft as you would have liked it to have been, to move her legs, of course. And we'll do a split check. She actually does have some good articulation for having the skirt and the holster here. So that is nice. And we'll do a sitting pose. In terms of sitting, not too much, because the skirt is getting in the way there. It's not allowing the thighs to go up anymore. You can get a decent little sitting pose, but there's a lot of resistance coming from the skirt. Doesn't really want to allow it. And we're moving on to the thigh cut. Nice and smooth. We got double jointed knees. Beautiful. Boot cut. And some foot articulation. Looking good. So here we have the complete team for Lost Galaxy. I kind of like how yellow and pink are going back to back. Looks pretty nice. For some reason, I'm not crazy about this render on the side here. It looks very computer generated, in my opinion, where, I don't know, it just looks more natural with the yellow. I don't know, it could be like the shadows or the colors that they use for pink, but just her helmet just looks very different. Actually, I think some shading would have probably helped it out a little bit. But again, that just might be my thing, where I just, think it doesn't look as good as it should. But now we have the complete team: Lost Galaxy Red, Blue, Green, Yellow, Pink, and the Magnet Defender. Super happy to have this team complete. I like this team quite a bit. It's, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I was thinking about, like, everyone on the team, and I would say everyone's pretty likable. Sometimes with a Ranger team, you have one person where it's like, God, this person's so annoying, or whatever the case may be. But I think I'm happy to say, at least from what I can remember, all the characters were pretty decent. Like, they weren't annoying or anything. So super happy to have this team complete. And as far as the pink Ranger figure, the Lost Galaxy pink Ranger figure, I think looks good. Some positives: I think the head scan looks good. Some negatives would be the glasses and the little mark on the lens, and the paint on the dagger being quite sloppy on one side. So actually, I think a little bit of paint chipped from when I had it in her holster. That's lame. Jeez, I just noticed that, because I don't think it was like that before. But once I pulled it out, it looks like some paint came off, which is pretty annoying. The paint's not correct, and it's chipping. That really sucks. But yeah, I think all her accessories look good, and the figure itself is good. And to complete another team, I'm pretty happy about that one. Next figure in Wave 14 that we're going to take a look at is the villain, Mesogog, the main villain of the Dino Thunder season. Turned from an experiment gone wrong, Anton Mercer becomes the character known as Mesogog. This is a pretty cool figure. I was very surprised when they announced it for a regular wave. I could have seen them releasing this, but when I think of this figure, I definitely could have seen it in like a deluxe packaging. I don't know if he's this tall. Like, if he's the size of, like, a regular size figure, if he's, a little bit taller, like, him being justified in a deluxe package. But hey, I'm not going to complain too much. The fact we're even getting this is super cool. So here is a nice shot of the box, a nice shot of Mesogog in the figure form, and a nice little render of him here. On top, the box is just gray or white, whatever color you want to say. Here we get a nice shot of his face and the Dino Thunder logo. On the bottom, we got boring stuff. On this side, this is how I'm going to have him displayed in my collection, looking very menacing. And on the back, we see all the accessories that he comes with. So, of course, we get the figure, we get an extra set of hands, and we get 2 blast effect pieces. It would have been cool if we got the Anton Mercer head. That would have been like a really, really cool thing. I wasn't expecting it because I don't believe he's ever displayed in the show with the Anton Mercer head in this getup. I think every time we see him in his human form, it's always him in a suit. So I guess it's accurate, but I would have liked the head sculpt. But we are going to do an unboxing, of course. Let's take a look at the tape. We've got sealed tape there, sealed tape there, and on the bottom, it came double taped. That kind of freaked me out at first because I'm like, what the fuck? Why does it have double tape? But sometimes they do that for the boxes. But as we can see, sealed and sealed. Actually, this one looks cut. The first one that they put looks cut. And then the second one is actually... I don't like the way this looks, to be honest with you. It's freaking me out a little bit. But let's cut open the box and fucking hope for the best. Jeez. So here we've got his box, which is empty. We have the instructions, which we are going to toss in here and put the box aside. And here we see his little tray. And as you can see, it's a little bit of a different layout for him because he has actually a bigger figure than what I was expecting. I was expecting him to be quite small, but I was looking on the back of the package when we were showing it off that he's coming in at 6.5 inches, so he is taller than your regular figure that's going to come in a wave. So let's open this bad boy up and we'll take a look at him and his accessories. We're going to quickly go through the accessories because I pulled out the figure and holy shit, it looks fucking awesome. So let's quickly go through his accessories, and there's not really many accessories. So the first ones we got are his hands. We got an extra set of hands, and these look pretty cool. They're nice and scaly because of course he is a dinosaur man. It's got his 3 fingers. Both are fisted hands, as you can see. He comes with claw hands, and oh my god, it just looks so fucking cool. But yeah, so he comes with some claw hands, some nice red nails there. And I'm definitely going to leave these hands on. I just think they look a lot cooler, especially with the red fingernails. They look sweet. So, and then the other 2 accessories that he comes with are some blast effect pieces. So I'm not sure where to place these. I think one of them goes on his head. Something like that. I don't know if that's accurate. It looks kind of stupid, to be honest. Actually, let me take a look at the box. So the box does not display this lightning effect piece, but it does display the other one, which is just him having it in his hand. So we can do that. I don't know if it'll fit on his claw hands. I don't believe it will, actually. It looks like it's going to fit perfectly in a fisted hand. As we can see here, a nice little carve out for the fist. Yeah, it fits perfectly in the fist. And I would assume this goes on his head or something. I don't think it looks like this, but I think it might wrap around his head. Actually, maybe like this? Like it's shooting a beam out of his head? Maybe not. It's not sitting properly. I don't know. It's a weird one. I don't know where to put it. I don't know. Whatever. It's a blast effect piece, so that's it for accessories. 2 hands, or 1 set of hands, and the blast effect piece. I want to talk about this figure now because it looks fucking sweet. He looks absolutely incredible. I am super happy with how this turned out. Looks very menacing. I think they got every detail. Honestly, when they announced the figure, I was like, man, does he really look like that? Because when I would watch the show, he would always kind of be in the shadow. Like, you never really got a clear shot of him. So I never really knew what he looked like pretty much from the chest down. But, yeah, I think the likeness is very good. I think they captured Mesogog being a half dinosaur, half man person. And in terms of his clothing, I think it's accurate. I will double check later, but I would assume this is pretty accurate. and I am very, very happy with it. So let's take a look at it. Let's look at the articulation. So we got some head swivel and some neck as well, some neck articulation, which is nice. And I don't know if you saw me do it earlier, but you can move the jaw. The jaw is articulated. Maybe the blast effect piece goes in his mouth. Maybe something like that. I don't remember him doing a mouth blast, but maybe that's a thing? I could be wrong on that, but you can use it as a mouth blast if you want. And they have painted his tongue and everything. Looks great. Man, this thing looks killer. I'm honestly a big fan of whenever we get the villains, whether it be like a monster of the week type monster or the big bads. They haven't really done too many big bads. This is like the first season that they're really delving into, where the other ones that we have are all MMPR. Actually, no. I am mistaken. I'm taking a look at my collection here to my left, and I forgot that they did Astronema and Ecliptor. So this would be the third season that they're really delving deep into the big bad. But the other monsters that we have are like Lord Zed, Brita, Goldar, and a couple of monsters of the week. I want some more main villains like Mesogod. Give me Rancic, give me Lothor, give me Divatox, give me Trakina, I believe her name is. Give me I forgot her name from Lightspeed Rescue. The Asian chick that's like a kind of demon vampire type thing. Give me all of it. Like, I want them all. I love the villains. I think that's one of the cool things about the Lightning Collection. Anyways, let's continue on. So we are continuing on with the articulation. Shoulder, not too much. Doesn't go up too much because there is a lot of details on the shoulder. It looks like he has a butterfly joint, but it doesn't really move. That's as much as it's moving. Let's try this side. Yeah, same thing. Barely moving. Let's do the shoulder. It's about the same. I thought they might do the chest piece inside, but it looks like it's all at the waist, which is fine with me, to be honest. We've got a single jointed elbow. I think that's fine. And it also twists at the elbow. And then we've got hand articulation, wrist swivel. And like I mentioned earlier, there is claws, and they look super menacing, especially with the open mouth. He's ready to tear someone's face off. Tommy Oliver, where are you? He'll be coming soon. He's coming next. Don't worry, he's coming. And the rest of the Dino Thunder Rangers as well. And let's continue on. The bottom half here is pretty soft compared to Lost Galaxy Pink's skirt. This is definitely a softer plastic, at least in the front. The back is a little bit harder because it is a bigger piece of plastic, where this is just kind of like split in two. This one's a little bit more stiff, but this one you can manipulate however you'd like. Split check. Pretty good. Better than what I was expecting. Let's try a sit test. Also better than what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting him to go that much. I thought the chest and stuff wouldn't allow it. We'll take a look under his skivvies. He's looking very angry about that, but we gotta see. The people want to know what's under the skirt or under the jackets. And he is just wearing some black pants, some black tights. There's his dino ass. The legs are pretty basic. There's not too much to say about them. These are probably reused from like a Black Ranger or something. Actually, they might even be reused from the Tommy figure that we'll be taking a look at soon. But yeah, they just look super regular. We've got thigh swivels, double jointed elbows, double jointed knees. We already took a look at the elbows, and they are single jointed. And his little boots with some foot articulation. It's a little tough, but it's there. We'll do the other foot as well. Boot cuts and foot articulation. Boom. This one's not fighting me as bad. But, man, I am super happy about this one. I think they killed it. This figure looks fucking sweet. And I know he didn't come with as many accessories, but what he lacks in accessories, he makes up for in great detail, especially with the molding and stuff. A lot of unique molding that they're not going to use ever again, that's specific to Mesogog. So I'm absolutely fine with that. I think he looks incredible. And here he is with his son Trent, who is the Dino Thunder White Ranger, and they look pretty sweet together. Very happy with how this turned out. And I'm happy to complete this team. I mean, it's not complete yet. We'll be unboxing Dino Thunder Black here in a second. And once we do then we can kind of officially complete Dino Thunder. But, oh man, Mesogog is such a sweet addition. Enough about Dino Thunder White. I want to gawk at this. Like, this figure is fucking sweet. I can't say enough good things about it. It is awesome. We'll be seeing Mesogog here again in a second, but let's introduce the last figure for Wave 14, and it is none other than Dino Thunder Black, Tommy Oliver, wearing the suit again, coming back. I remember watching this season like it was yesterday. Actually, fun fact, when they first started releasing the Dino Thunder figures, like the original ones, part of the show, not Lightning Collection, this was the first one that I got, and I don't believe I knew it was Tommy at that point, because what they would do with Power Ranger figures is they would put the figures out in store and kind of hype up the upcoming season. So when I saw this in store, I was like, oh shit, I gotta get this. Again, I'm not talking about this one specifically, I'm talking about the original. And I was like, man, that Black Ranger looks really cool. And then come to find out it's, you know, Tommy's under the mask. So I love that original figure. And, you know, just judging by this picture here, I am very excited for this one. Not only do we get to complete the Dino Thunder team, we get to add another figure to the Tommy collection, because he does have a bunch of figures, and this is one of them, one of the main suits that he wore. But without further ado, let's just do a brief look at the box. So here we see a nice shot of the box. Actually, one thing I wanted to mention is, so here's the figure. Looks good, have no complaints there, and here's the little render for him. Now, one thing I noticed was that the render has the Morpher on the left hand, and that's correct. But if you look at the figure, the Morpher is on the right hand, which is incorrect. And again, that's the first thing I noticed when I was looking at the box. But if we take a look at the back, the Morpher is on the correct hand, but for some reason, the little promo shot that they took, they put it on the wrong hand. I don't know if they caught that or whatnot, just something I noticed. On this side, we see Dino Thunder, the logo, and we get a nice shot of the helmet here. On top, just black because he is the Black Ranger. On this side, we see a nice little render shot of Dino Thunder Black, and I actually like the action pose that they have him in. I think it looks pretty cool. On the bottom, boring stuff, and on the back, we already saw a little bit, but here is the figure, and here are all the accessories. So we get the Tommy Oliver head, the figure itself, an extra set of hands, the helmet, the brachio staff, and the lightning effect piece that goes on top of the staff, as we see here. And again, Tommy Oliver, Dino Thunder Black. So let's do a tape check before we crack this bad boy open. So sealed. And then we got sealed, even though it looks kind of broken here, but whatever. And then here, sealed. So here's the inside of the box, nice and empty. And here we have the figure nicely placed into the tray. Weapons here, actually we can just slide them out. Comes out very nicely. There's the instructions, and I'm going to unbag the figure and the accessories, and we will take a look at it. First accessory we're going to take a look at is his hands, of course, and here are the hands that he comes with. He comes with a posing hand, and he comes with a fisted hand, and you know, just a kind of basic black hand, but I do like that it has the diamond, which is accurate to the gloves. But I've noticed that the past few figures that we've gotten, it's just been like a basic white glove with just this kind of pattern here, the lines. It's just really been nothing to write home about, but with this we get a little more detail on the gloves with the diamond pattern. Well, the triangle, but it adds to the whole diamond pattern along the arm. And the hands that he comes with are the kind of C gripping hands, so he can hold his brachio staff. So there it is. And I'm gonna keep these hands on because these are the type of hands I like. So there are the hands. Really nothing much to say. Next, let's take a look at his main weapon, which is his brachio staff. And I think it looks pretty good. It's got some nice paint on it. The gold, the black, the silver. So this is how he holds it. Mine is a little bent. That's how it came in the package. But yeah, I think it looks good. And we will pose it with him in hand. This was actually a lot harder to put in his hand than I was expecting. He's got a hell of a grip there. I thought I could just slide it in, but you really kind of got to stretch out the hand. That's what I did with the right hand. I opened it up a bit so I can fit the brachio staff in there. So here it is. And I guess, I don't think he ever used it like this, like fire laser beams or anything like that. But this is how he usually used it, kind of like a sword. So it looks pretty solid on him. And of course, for the weapon, we got the blast effect piece. We'll talk about the figure here in a second. Here's the blast effect piece, a nice just translucent orange energy effect. And there's the little hole in the bottom. Actually, it's got 2 holes, so you can put it... Actually, no, it's going to be on this side here. So we can slide it in just a little bit, just the tip. And there is the energy effect. Actually, let's get Mesogog here. Hello, Tommy Oliver. Hey-ya! Oh! Brachio staff is awesome. And another thing we can do with the brachio staff, he does have a holder for it on his waist belt, so we can pop it in there. And I don't know if it's supposed to look forward or backwards. I guess you could kind of pose it however you'd like, but I think maybe away. Yeah, something like this. I don't know, with the sword looking at me, it just looked kind of weird. So like this would be good. Actually, since we have him like this, let's do our favorite pose with the helmet. Actually, let's take a look at the helmet first before we do that pose. But here it is, the brachio helmet, and I think it looks good. I actually really like this helmet quite a bit. I like the black, the gold, actually the whole suit, to be honest. This is probably one of my favorite Ranger suits, especially like black Ranger suits. I just really like how the black and gold is. I think it really complements each other well. But we'll talk about the figure in a second, but just wanted to make mention of that. And yeah, the purple eyes. We got the little red slit there on the forehead. Nice gold trim for the visor. Just do a little 360. And in the bottom, we got the ball joint. His head feels very soft. It feels a little squishy. Not that I have an issue with that, I'm just making mention. And we'll do my favorite pose, helmet under the arm. It's a little hard to get that there because the helmet is a little bit of an awkward shape, so it doesn't really sit well. But here he is, posing with the helmet by his side. Looking awesome. We'll put the helmet on in a second. We'll just talk about his face sculpt. And I think it does look pretty good. Honestly, it does look like him. This is how he looked in the show, where he's got the short hair and the, I don't know the official term for this facial hair, but the nickname that it has is Flavor Saver. And if you're interested in why it's called a Flavor Saver, you can Google that. I won't explain that too much. We'll take out the brachio staff. But yeah, I think the head sculpt looks pretty good. Tommy's kind of had some hit and miss head sculpts, to be honest. Now let's pop off the head and put on the helmets. All right, there's the head. His helmet goes in pretty easily. Just like that, it is on. It's almost too easy, like, it doesn't really, like, sit well. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Like, it does click, like, you can hear it. You can hear it click in. But usually I gotta, like, fight the helmet in. The helmet seems like it has a little bit of a bigger hole here compared to the neck joint, so it kind of just falls into it. But it does seem kind of loose compared, like look at that. It's like it's in, but it can kind of come off there quite easily. But that aside, let's talk about the figure itself, Dino Thunder Black. And like I was mentioning before, one of my favorite Black Rangers. I love the black and the gold. It looks so good. I don't feel like the gold is really captured as well on camera. Like when I'm looking at it on camera, the gold is not popping. But the gold, like in person, like here specifically, like on camera, this looks like a really shitty gold, but it's actually a nice gold paint in person. It really pops a lot, but I find, at least like when I'm looking on camera, it looks a very cheap, like flat gold, and doesn't look the greatest. But if that's not coming across on video, maybe when I edit it or whatever, the gold paint does look quite nice. So that's just something I want to make mention of. Let's go into the articulation. So we saw the helmets, and yeah, the head is just too big. You can't really move it around. I mean, you can, but you gotta push in and then, you know, twist however you'd like. So it is what it is. We have the nice shoulder pieces here that look quite nice. That was one of the first things I noticed when I first got the figure a long time ago. I really liked the gold shoulder pieces. It just looked awesome. And it does have a... God, this helmet's annoying me. It does have a little flap here, so you can fold it up if you'd like to kind of give it more posability, which is nice that they did that. They didn't make it solid plastic. So if you want to put him in a pose where his arms are to be lifted, you can kind of work with it. It's not as limiting. And arm articulation, we got the butterfly joints going quite nice. I will put the helmet on when I talk about the lower half, but since I'm kind of focusing on this area, I wanted to take it off because it was annoying me a little bit. And then the ball joint on here, or sorry, the butterfly joints on here. We got the bicep swivel, looking good. Double jointed elbows, not pinless. Very surprised about that. To me personally, I don't really care. Holy shit, this one was a bit tough to bend. Pinless or pinned, it really doesn't make a difference to me. I don't know why I'm doing the leg articulation. I'm focusing on the upper half. But yeah, pin or pinless, it doesn't really matter to me. It's not a deal breaker. Here we got the hand, and can fold it in and out. And same thing here. And we'll take a look at his morpher. So there's a nice shot of his morpher, the brachiomorpher. It's got a lot of good detail. It's very accurate. I would have liked it to be painted, but you know what? I'm not too picky about that one. We can put his helmet back on since we're going to be focusing on the legs. Torso. Not bad. No issues there. The belt is not molded on, so you can lift it up or lift it down however you'd please, or twist it, like whatever you want to do with it. The legs, let's do the split test. Very good split test. No issues there. We'll do the sit test as well. Sit's fine, no issues. This helmet is really bugging me. Man, it's so annoying. I'm going to try and ignore it, but every time I kind of move him, the helmet moves, and a little annoying. And we got the thigh swivels here. Double jointed knees. And again, as I mentioned, pinned, not pinless. Double jointed knees here as well. Boot cut and foot articulation. And same thing here. Boot cut, foot articulation. And yeah, I think it's almost perfect, except for the helmet being loose. Just, that is a bummer. The hole is just way too big for the neck peg. It's not in there. It's not secure. I fucking hate it. I mean, it's annoying. I'm going to put it back in the box anyways, but me having it in hand now, it's really annoying me. And I don't know if everybody's is like this, if it's just mine. Maybe I got unlucky. But yeah, big helmet. So here is the complete team of Dino Thunder: red, blue, yellow, black, and white. Unfortunately, there is no 6th Ranger. There kind of is and there kind of isn't. Like, technically, there is no 6th Ranger, but there is kind of a 6th Ranger power-up where the Red Ranger, he gets a mode called the his Jurassic form, and basically it is the Red Ranger, except he gets some gold plated. So he has a gold shoulder piece, similar to Tommy's. It gets put on here. He gets some gold on his mask, and these white diamonds, they turn into red and blue. Or sorry, yellow and blue. And it looks really cool. I'll put a picture up of it on screen, and he comes with a cool shield. In my head, when they were releasing the toys, I was like, oh shit, it's cool. They're getting a Sixth Ranger that's a Red Ranger. Very reminiscent of Time Force, where, you know, they had the Quantum Ranger, who is also a Red Ranger, as the Sixth Ranger. So I'm like, oh, you know, that's kind of cool. But, you know, I remember waiting as a kid for that Sixth Ranger to pop up, and then it never came, and then they just gave it to the regular Red Ranger as an upgrade. It was a little unfortunate, so I wish this team did have a Sixth Ranger. In my head, though, that there will be a Sixth Ranger, that Jurassic Ranger, which hopefully they will do sooner than later. I know they consider this team to be complete, but for me personally, I would like that as a Sixth Ranger. That would be awesome. Speaking of something that should be there on the left, there is Mesogog. And again, we have the complete team along with the main villain of the season, which is really cool. And I do have them out and about, at least the ones that we unboxed this episode, the Black Ranger and Mesogog. So 2 really cool additions to my collection. Very happy about that. So here is Wave 14 complete. I think it's a pretty awesome wave. I'm a big fan of this one. I like the color of the Rangers that they chose. I think they all look good. I'm a big fan of them including a villain in this wave, especially with Mesogog. Really cool. We get to finish 2 teams, Lost Galaxy and Dino Thunder, and of course build upon Dino Fury. So very happy with this wave. I would say Mesogog is probably my favorite out of this wave. I just think it's a really solid figure. Very happy with how it turned out. Dino Fury Blue, good as well. I really like the figure, except for the faceplate being like a gray plastic instead of like silver. That would be my only issue with it. Dino Thunder Black, very solid figure. My main issue is the helmet being way too big for the peg. It just doesn't sit well. Not a fan of that. And Lost Galaxy Pink, very solid figure. Good head scan, everything. I do have an issue with it, but it's more of mine. The glasses with the little speck of whatever's in there. Just a very unfortunate thing. So I can't really hold it on against the figure. It's more just my version. I got unlucky. But yeah, solid wave, and extremely happy about this. And I thought this would be a fun thing to do. Here are all of the Tommy figures that have been released in the Lightning Collection. We've got Mighty Morphin Green. We got Mighty Morphin Green, but the special version that appeared in Dino Thunder in that one episode where Tommy fights his former, or his past selves. And he has this silver strip on the helmet. We've got Lord Draken, which is essentially a Tommy because he's an evil version of Tommy, so I thought I'd include that. We got him as the White Ranger, the Mighty Morphin White Ranger. We have the metallic version of Mighty Morphin White. We have the White Ninjetti. We have Zeo Red, and we've got Tommy as a foot soldier from the TMNT crossover, and of course now we have Dino Thunder Black. I do have one more Tommy figure, but this one was just way too big to be included in this group shot, and it is the Tommy figure as Lord Draken, the last form, and it is a very big box. As you can see, it's just fucking ginormous. This was a special edition for some con, so that's why it's got such special packaging. So I'll just kind of leave it up here so it can be included. But yeah, these are all the versions of Tommy, and there's still one more to be released. Of course, he was also the Turbo Red Ranger. We will be getting that soon. I believe it's due in late summer, but the thing with the Turbo Red Ranger is that it's going to be the TJ head that's going to be coming with it and not Tommy, which is fine, because with all these figures, the heads are universal. So you can put on, you know, if I wanted to, I could take the head out of this box and put it on this body, or take the head from here, put it on the Draken body. You can switch and match as much as you want. So I think that's a really cool thing. So Turbo Red should be coming out soon. And then you can have all the Tommy figures in your collection. And I'm sure there's way more to come. Actually, there's a Mighty Morphin Green, the remastered one. That'll be another one coming out soon, where he doesn't have the dragon shield. And then I think that's it, unless they do more special Tommy figures, but these are like the official ones that mean something. Actually, I would like all the forms of Draken. That would be something I'd like. We have the first, we have the last. There's still 2 more forms for him. Other than that, I don't know how many other Tommy figures they can do. Obviously, they can do like a civilian Tommy figure. They can do a civilian Tommy figure for everybody. A green one, a Lord Draken one, a White Ranger one, Red Ranger, him in a Black Ranger, like civilian attire. So there's still more Tommy figures that definitely could be coming out. But these are the ones that have released so far. So Wave 14, very solid wave. But actually, we have one more thing before we wrap up here. So this last figure that I'm going to be showing off for my Power Rangers collection is extremely different from everything else that I've shown off. Now, typically for my Power Rangers collection, it's only the Lightning collection. Hasbro's Lightning collection, that's what I collect. That's the series I've invested in. I don't collect anything else until now. This next figure that I'm going to show off that is going to be an addition to my Power Rangers collection is not a Lightning collection figure at all. It's from a completely different company. It's a company that we are familiar with. We've seen them quite often on our show. It is coming in from the S.H.Figuarts. And this is a figure I saw on Big Bad Toy Store. I was looking at their S.H.Figuarts for Dragon Ball, and I kind of stumbled upon this. And honestly, after I saw it, I really took a liking to it, and I ended up ordering it, and thankfully it came. If you watched the last episode, I talked about that package that I thought was lost. This was in that package, and I was hoping to have it for the last episode, but you know what? It's here now. The figure that I am talking about is right here. It's a small little box, as we can see, S.H.Figuarts. Then we got a happy face, subtraction, an H, upside down Y, a plus sign, a funny looking J, and another subtraction sign. So if you speak Japanese, you clearly know who this is. But if you don't, I don't blame you. So on the other side of the box, this is what it says. S.H.Figuarts, a lot of Japanese there. We see some English words. But the main name that you should focus on is right here, 2 Kaiser. Now, we're going to be opening this up. I actually already opened it up because I couldn't wait. This was sealed. I opened this. And boom, we are opening it here. And here we see S.H.Figuarts 2 Kaiser. And the thing that I'm going to be adding to my collection, which is not Lightning collection, is this really cool looking Gold Ranger. And his name is 2 Kaiser. So, like I mentioned, I was looking for Dragon Ball figures, and on the side of where I was looking at on the Big Bad Toy Store website, I saw that there was Power Ranger figures. I was familiar with S.H.Figuarts, where I knew they have produced Power Ranger figures in the past, and they're honestly some really cool figures that they've done. They've done a lot of teams that we haven't gotten in America. They've done a lot of teams that have been Japanese exclusive that we haven't had figures of in North America because these seasons have never been imported to us and turned into Power Rangers. And this is one of those seasons. I'm not sure what season he comes from. It's one of the more recent seasons. I can't really say I keep up with Super Sentai too much, but this figure just really spoke to me. I'm a big fan of Gold Rangers. I think they look super cool. But one of the reasons that I did pick this one up is because his suit actually fits with another team that hopefully Hasbro makes eventually, and it is the Super Mega Force, I believe. It's either Mega Force or Super Mega Force. I'm not familiar with that season, but I know one of those seasons they had this type of costume where the suits have like a pirate theme. And I was like, oh man, that's super cool. Whenever they do those in a Lightning collection, I can add to this and I can have like a Gold Ranger. Now, technically it's not canon because he's not part of the Power Rangers universe, but he is part of the Sentai universe, and he's not even part of that season. But I'm like, you know what? He just looks so fucking cool. I gotta have this in my collection. And if we just take a look at him, he looks pretty sweet. Like, he looks super badass. I like the gold with the red and the black. I think it really pops compared to what Sentai usually does with the Gold Rangers. They usually do gold and blue. They've done that a bunch of times. So them switching it up here with the gold, the black, and the red, I actually like quite a bit. His weapon looks super cool. We'll take a look at the box here in a second, and it gives us a better look at it. But here is the box, the nice front shot. Bandai logo here, blue, and we got the official Tamashii Nation sticker. And again, we see a nice shot of him there. On this side, we see a nice body shot, complete shot. It's basically... Actually, no, it's different. I thought it was the same pose, but it's a different pose. But there we see a nice shot of him there with his weapon, which I also think looks pretty cool. And here's a nice full shot of it. On top, S.H.Figuarts to Kaiser. Again, on this side, to Kaiser. On the bottom, here's another shot of him there. And some boring stuff. And on the back, we can see some nice action shots of him. And there's his weapon, which I believe doubles as a gun. I believe him having it there is a gun. And then it kind of opens up into a sword. Very cool looking. And we're actually going to be opening up this bad boy. I want to get this in hand. Before we do open it up, I just want to do a box comparison because this isn't Lightning Collection, and like I mentioned, that's mainly what I collect in my Power Rangers collection. So I just want to do a box comparison so we can see how it will look compared to, you know, what I already have in my collection. So we got Zeo Red, and we've got Lost Galaxy Pink here. And as you can see, there's quite a difference in the box size. I believe I know he's slightly smaller. I think he's like 5 and a bit inches, where most Lightning Collection figures are 6 inches or less, or sometimes more, depending on the character. But as you can see, the boxes, very different, very, very different. Even like how I usually have mine displayed on my shelf, I usually have it like this, and I can't really do that with the S.H.Figuarts. You know, no matter what side you turn it to, whether it be this side or this side, down, bottom, there's just really not a good, it doesn't blend in well with the rest of the Lightning Collection. It really stands out. So I'd probably have to have it displayed like this. And if you know anything about my Lightning collection, there's not really much room on my shelf. But luckily, these are kind of small, compact boxes. I might be able to find a nice spot for it, but basically, what I'm just trying to show with the package, it's not a seamless blend between the two. And I brought in, you know, the original packaging, the plastic-free packaging, just to give a nice comparison between the boxes. So it is quite a noticeable difference. And speaking of S.H.Figuarts, here is a figure that we saw previously in this video, just to kind of do a box comparison. They're the same size and same width. They fit very well together if you were to have like just one gigantic S.H.Figuarts collection. But in terms of blending two together with the Lightning collection and the S.H.Figuarts Sentai collection, not really a go on that front. But I think it is time to pop this bad boy open and get it in hand. I'm very interested to see how it sizes up with the Lightning Collection figures. I got the ones that we showed off previously, Dino Thunder Black, Lost Galaxy Pink, and Mesogog, so we will be doing comparisons. I just don't know the best way to cut this. Probably this side here. There is a piece of tape. It's kind of hard to see, but it's right here. And it is sealed. I did open the shipper box, but I haven't opened this box. I've been very tempted to, but I have not. And then, of course, it's got another piece of tape on the other side. No other tape on the top or bottom. The only way that it's meant to be open is on the sides. And I think I'm going to cut from this side. If I display it sideways, it'll probably be like this, so I can see the little figure there. So this will be the safest place to cut. And without further ado, let's cut it open, and I'm pretty excited because this is the first time I'm going to be getting a S.H.Figuarts figure in hand. I've never had one in hand before, and I want to be very careful with the box. This is already pretty different. I was hoping it would just kind of slide out, but come nicely. Okay, there we go. Very long flap, but here we can see the figure. Warning sharp. Apparently the top of the helmet is very sharp. Warning may rub off. What are they referring to? It's pointing over here, and I think here as well. So just be careful with the figure. There's the weapon. That's how it operates. I'll probably need these instructions after. But I like that it's part of the box instead of just, you know, a little piece of paper. Here is the figure itself. Here's a nice logo here, Tamashi.jp. And then we've got a QR code, but let's slide this bad boy out. And there he is. And he looks pretty fucking awesome, to be honest. Let's take him out. So there is a piece of plastic holding him in place. And his weapon is already falling. Everything's falling out. Jesus. Okay, I didn't want to touch everything. All the hands fell. That's unfortunate. I just wanted to see the figure and the weapon. I guess we'll take a look at the weapon first because it fell out. I think all the pieces that we need fell out. I got this. We'll just take a look at this for now. So here we have a blade of some sort. And it's got some nice detail on it. It looks like it's got some Japanese writing on there. Or no, that's just gears. Which is very fitting because the whole thing is kind of a gear. Or it's like a pirate wheel. It's probably a pirate wheel, to be honest. Which, yeah, that makes sense. And it looks like it is a... Actually, let's finish taking a look at the blade. Some nice detail on it. Some nice silver paint, red paint. I am holding a little piece that looks like it clips into the gun. And on this side, it looks like there is some writing. I have no idea what that says. Gear die injure or something like that? It's very small writing. I'm not able to read that. But some pretty cool detail. I like that a lot. And, oh, this piece fell out. Okay, here's another blade. It looks like it says the same word. And some more silver red paint. Nice blade. And let's take a look at the gun. I don't know if this wheel comes off. Wait. Okay, it does come off. So here is the gun by itself. Looking pretty nice. Nice gold trim, some blue paint here. And here's a little hole to put the wheel back into. And we will take a look at the wheel. I'm not sure which way is up. Maybe the arrow pointing up. This is the correct way. But this looks nice. A lot of detail in it. A lot of small gears operating this thing. And here is the back. It looks like it's broken. Maybe this was not meant to come out, but that looks like some broken plastic. Like that looks like glue that should have not been removed. Maybe. Don't tell me it's already fucked up. No, it went in easily, and it does take some force to pull it out, so I don't think that's the case. Now I gotta figure out how everything goes in the gun. So I think this slid from here. Is that correct? That's probably when it's holstered. The sword is holstered. And then if it's not holstered, then we probably put the larger blade like this. And now it becomes an awesome sword. I don't know if you'd take the wheel off for this. I don't know if the wheel stays on or off, but here it is without the wheel. And it is a very cool looking sword. I actually like it quite a bit. And we'll put the wheel back on. So there we get that pirate theme. Actually a cool weapon. I actually like this quite a bit. And then we got a couple of hands. I will take maybe a pair. I'll take a few that have fallen. We'll just kind of take a look at it. I'm not going to look at all of them. But we've got quite the selection. So let me just grab two here. So we've got two left hands here. Some nice glove detailing. Looking pretty good. Nothing too crazy, just kind of an open hand, posing hand. And the other, we got some finger guns. Pew, pew, pew. Looking quite nice. Not too much to say about the gloves, but they look very nice. And the other two that we pulled out, it's a flat hand like the one we showed off before. And then this one looks like a gun-wielding hand. So we'll put in the weapon in here, maybe. It did say the paint was going to possibly rub off. That was on the figure. I don't know if it's as easy on the accessories, but here is the hand holding it. We'll put this hand on so he can hold the weapon, but here's a nice shot of it there. And I guess it's time to take the bad boy out. I'm kind of afraid. I see they put some plastic here. Oh, he just comes out quite easily. Okay. I'm so used to like things being like tied down and stuff. But I guess that's what the this piece of plastic was for, to keep everything in. There's some red, I guess, a little chip of paint there. It looks quite nice. Don't know if I should pull this out. Because I'm going to be putting it back in the box. So I don't know if I should take it out, or if I take this out, does it risk rubbing up when I put it back in the box? I'm going to be crazy and I'm going to take it out. Hopefully I can slide it in. I don't know if this torso piece pops off. It does. That was actually very risky of me because I don't know the articulation and stuff of these figures. So that was very stupid on my part. But it does look like it moves, but it does not want to right now. Okay, maybe, yeah, I don't know. That piece doesn't want to move, but let's pop this bad boy back in. Okay, nice click. It looks pretty sweet. I like the gold on him. I don't know if I like the two different shades of gold where you got the gold, you got a brighter gold on the shoulder pieces and the helmet, and on here, it kind of reminds me of like Goldust, the wrestler. This kind of pattern with the black and gold. It actually looks quite nice, though. I like the red too. Red is not really my favorite color or anything like that, but I really like it on this guy. It looks awesome. So let's mess around with it a little bit. I love the helmet. Oh, let's test how sharp this is. It is sharp. It's got a sharpness to it. Here it's sharp, this corner piece. Oh yeah, you gotta be careful there. That could pop out an eye. He's got the number 35 on his helmets. I don't know if that's the 35th Sentai season. I would assume not. I think they're way past. I think they're like, 'cause Power Rangers just hit 30 seasons, and I think Sentai has hit way more than that. The shoulder pieces can move a little bit, not too much. We got arm articulation, of course. Waist, some good waist movements. Very big belt buckle. Oof, wonder what he's got in there. It's kind of like a fanny pack. But the belt is on top of, it's molded on with this waist piece, which is pretty nice. Looking quite good. It does feel nice. Like in my hand, it feels very smooth. I like that quite a bit. Pinless, which is nice. I would expect that from this figure. It is quite expensive if you are interested in buying it. Like I mentioned, I bought it on Big Bad Toy Store, so if you're interested in checking it out, check it out on there. But like I said, very, very expensive. And this was kind of a risk for me to buy this, because I'm like, I don't know if I should get this. Like, it's not with my Lightning collection, but just something spoke to me about it. I'm just like, damn, that is a cool Ranger. Actually, the one big reason I bought it, like I mentioned earlier, is because whenever they do Super Mega Force, this will be able to kind of go along with that team, which looks quite nice. Let's try the legs out. Ooh, that... Like I said, I'm not used to the movement of this, so any little thing kind of keeps me on edge. We'll try the knees first. It's very smooth. Like, one thing, the arms and stuff, the legs, the knees, elbows, all very smooth, like buttery smooth. It's awesome. Do we have a boot cut? I don't believe so. I don't want to try too hard, but it does not look like that. We got some foot articulation. And some ankle. Nice. I just can't get over the gold. Like, the gold really pops. I really like it a lot. I'm not really seeing it on camera. Like, it doesn't look the greatest. But in person, The gold on the body especially is excellent. I like it a lot. We'll try the legs again. Okay. Split test. Not a very good split test. It is hindered by this a little bit. Actually, not really. I think it's just the joint itself. Very interesting leg joints. You got this. I don't know what you would call that, but then you got the inner thigh as well, where it cuts here. Very interesting. I actually like this quite a bit. I don't know if that was my fingers. I had like some fucking grease on my fingers. I hope not. I'd be so pissed because I don't remember touching anything. I'm gonna have to clean that before I put it back in the box. I didn't think I touched anything bad, but whatever. There's a little grease spot on there. I will take care of that. But yeah, the figure is awesome. So let me put on his weapon first. Let's try that out. So let's pull out his hand. Pretty smooth. Let's put on the hand that we put the weapon on. Very small joints. Not very easy to put in. Maybe I should take the weapon out. Maybe that'll make my life easier. All right, changing the hands, not very fun. It's hard to catch on with the little ball, but I got it in, but it was not fun. Let's take off this piece first. We'll put on the small piece. We'll put it in its gun form. And I'm usually a right-handed guy, but we're going to put in his left hand. And here it is in the gun form. Looking pretty sweet. There it is. And then we will pop this bad boy off. And let's put on the sword mode. Boom. There it is. I think it would look better in his right hand, but have it displayed in his left. But I actually like the weapon quite a bit. It looks really sweet. I really like it. The gun form, the sword form, I like both of them. And I like this figure quite a bit too. It looks really good. One thing I want to do, we're going to do that right now though. Let's take the gun out, the weapon. Size comparison. Because that's, going to be a determining factor. I don't know about determining factor, but it's something that I hope is somewhat universal with the Lightning Collection. So there he is with the Rangers next to Lost Galaxy Pink and Dino Thunder Black. And honestly, he fits in quite well. He's about the same size as Lost Galaxy Pink. Dino Thunder Black is slightly taller than him. But honestly, they fit quite well together. Let's bring a close-up. We'll do Dino Thunder Black first. The proportions are a little different. As you can see, the arms are a lot skinnier and just the body as a whole a lot skinnier. But, yeah, here they are at the same length. We'll do a back-to-back. And there they are. There's the same size. Or not same size, sorry. There is the size difference between the two. And honestly, I'm happy to say I think it goes well together. Like, there is obviously a difference. I wouldn't say it's game breaking, where if I have this in my collection next to this, I wouldn't be opposed to it, man. I really think they kind of fit well together. I'm actually quite happy, and let's bring in Lost Galaxy Pink for a nice little group shot. And yeah, it looks great together. I'm very, very happy about that. And here he is next to Mesogog, trying to get them on even playing field. So that's what they would be if they were on a flat surface. And I would say that's about fine. I'm fine with the monsters being bigger than the Rangers. Unlike some of the monsters from the Monster of the Week collection, like Pumpkin Rapper or King Sphinx, where they're just ginormous. They'll probably tower over him completely. But in terms of Mesogog and to Kaiser, I think they look great together. Like, I really, really like these two figures together. Like, just him as part of blending in with the Lightning Collection. I think he fits in quite perfectly, to be honest. I am a big fan. So here are the Gold Rangers I already have in my collection, part of the Lightning collection. We've got Beast Morphers Gold, Zeo Gold, and Dino Charge Gold. And now to add along to that, we've got 2 Kaiser, and I think he fits in right at home. I think he looks great with the fellow Gold Rangers, and I am very happy. Like, I am over the moon that this turned out way better than what I was expecting. To be honest, I really expected him to be severely undersized, but compared to the rest of the Lightning collection, I think he looks great. I think he looks absolutely incredible. He fits in, and man, I cannot be more happy. And maybe we'll see more S.H.Figuarts Sentai figures in the collection. I'm going to be honest, if you watched the last episode, I kind of left like a little Easter egg when we talked about the Power Ranger news, where I talked about how S.H.Figuarts announced the new a new Sentai figure for the King Oger season, which is the current season of Sentai going on. And I was like, oh shit, they announced the Red Ranger and it looks really cool. That was kind of a hint to be like, hey, this might be something I kind of delve into in the future. And I gotta say, with 2 Kaiser here, I think it pretty much cements that I might be expanding my Power Rangers collection from not only Lightning collection, but to S.H.Figuarts as well. Now, I am going to put some limitations on it if I do continue to pick up some figures here and there. It's gotta be seasons that Power Rangers never tackled. So, for example, this season, whatever season he's from, we're never going to get that turned into Power Rangers. Basically, what's going to happen now with Power Rangers, unless they work out a new deal, is Hasbro owns Power Rangers, and anything they do after the upcoming season, Cosmic Fury, it's all going to be original stuff, where the Power Rangers, like from these, are from existing Sentais. So, it comes from the Japanese footage and then gets turned into Power Rangers. So if I were to get any S.H.Figuarts, it will probably be, not probably, it will be for seasons that are never going to make it into the Lightning collection. So there's quite a few of those, and I'm happy that S.H.Figuarts is jumping back into Sentai. For a long time, they were doing Sentai figures, and they did a lot of seasons, but they stopped for like 7-8 years, something along those lines. Like, they stopped for a good bit and they focused on like Dragon Ball and other anime things, but they're starting to get back into making more Sentai Power Ranger figures. This is one of the more recent releases, and like I mentioned, they're going to be doing King Oger, which is the current season of Sentai going on. I actually like how the team looks. They look great. And I really want to get that one in my collection, the King Oger Red Ranger, and hopefully they make the whole team, because it's a great looking team. The team is red, blue, yellow, purple, black, and the 6th Ranger is a white Ranger. The suits look awesome, so look forward to potentially more. Not potentially. I think we're gonna go not full bore. We're gonna pick up some here and there. I'll have to take a look at like some of the upcoming stuff or stuff that's come out recently. But in terms of stuff that came out like a long time ago for like other Sentai seasons, I'll see if I can get my hands on it, but no guarantee. But I would say anything that comes out in the near future, I will definitely be looking into and potentially picking up. So yeah, very cool edition. I am extremely happy with it. And 2 Kaiser and S.H.Figuarts, you guys killed it with this figure. Like I said, this is the first S.H.Figuarts that I opened and, had in hand. It felt very smooth. They're, a top-of-the-line brand. They do very good figures, good detail, good accessories. And I think they knocked it out of the park with this one. So shout out to them. So that's going to be it for my collection, all the editions. Now we're going to move on to the pre-order and news section. So without further ado, let's jump into that. Now we are moving on to the pre-order and news section, and there is so much to cover. So we're just going to start with the pre-orders. I want to jump straight into it. So for pre-orders, I actually pre-ordered quite a bit of stuff. To start us off, I pre-ordered a couple Dragon Ball S.H.Figuarts. The first one was Android 20. That went up for pre-order in the month of June, and immediately snagged that one up. I'm really looking forward to getting Android 19 and 20 later this year, because, Android Saga is one of my favorites, and I can't wait to have those two in my collection. Another figure I pre-ordered in the S.H.Figuarts collection was the Yamcha, and it's funny, I mentioned this earlier in the video. In the same video I talked about in the video game section with the Street Fighter figures, I'm like, one of the things I asked for the Dragon Ball section was like, man, I really like a Yamcha figure, but like a Yamcha with the short hair. That's really like what I think of when I think of Yamcha. I just think of that character. And lo and behold, if you're patient enough and you ask very nicely, they will come and bring you what you want, and that's what they did. They brought the Yamcha, and I pre-ordered it immediately. Again, with the Android figure, these were 2 immediate pre-orders. As soon as I hit, I was like, all right, reserve mine. I want that immediately when it comes out. But yeah, I can't wait for this Yamcha. It looks fucking sweet. A couple other things I pre-ordered. We talked about them earlier. Jada Toys. But they're also going to be doing some Mega Man figures, and that went up for pre-order in the month of June. And I pre-ordered all of Wave 1, which is Mega Man, Iceman, and Fireman. I was going to just do Mega Man, but I'm like, you know what? Let me get the whole wave. I kind of want to support this. We'll see what comes out in Wave 2. I think they already announced it, but I don't remember it off the top of my head. Mega Man looks awesome, and you know, if you got the hero, you got to have a couple villains, so that's why I ended up picking up Iceman and Fireman. They all look really cool, and I look forward to these coming out. I think they're going to make great additions to my video game collection. And then the last couple things I pre-ordered are kind of contradicting ones. So what I pre-ordered was the TMNT Best Action line. They announced a bunch of figures for Comic-Con, and this will kind of segue us into our news portion. But in the month of June, they started off by announcing a new wave of Turtles, but based on their comic version, based on the IDW comics. And I've got to say, I love how these Turtles look. I already have the Turtles. I bought the first wave of Turtles that they released based on the cartoon show. And to be honest, I was never a fan of those. I just think they all look the same, and I hate it. If there's one thing I can replace in my collection, well, actually 2. It'd be the Turtles, absolutely, and a Shredder. I would like a better Shredder, in my opinion. Everything else I think is pretty cool. But yeah, this version of the Turtles, I think they all look awesome. They all have their different shades of green. They come with 2 different heads, one where you see their eyes and one where it's just like the whites, which I think is a really cool touch. There's a couple of them that come with different accessories along with their weapons. These are just really, really cool. But then I also ordered them again. Kind of. So, they also announced that they're going to be doing a different color wave of these going into San Diego Comic-Con. These are going to be San Diego Comic-Con 2023 exclusives. I actually pre-ordered the Comic-Con ones before the regular ones because they were released, and I just saw San Diego Comic-Con exclusive, and I'm like, fuck, I don't want to miss out, so I pre-ordered them. I can cancel it at any time, but I do have the regular and the Comic-Con version. If you look at them, you can't really tell a difference, but apparently the Comic-Con ones have like a black wash on them where they just look like they're dirty and a little bit grittier. I think I like those more. I'm not sure. I still have both pre-ordered, and I will pick up one of these. I'm not sure which one I'm going to go with, but they both look really cool. I like the normal look and I like the dirty look. I definitely don't plan on buying both, but I will be buying one of these, and I just pre-ordered both waves because fear of missing out. I didn't want to miss out, so I'm like, you know what, I'm going to reserve my copies, and whatever I don't buy, I'll cancel the pre-order and, go about my day. So that is it for pre-orders. We're going to transition in the news section, but I just want to mention anything I pre-ordered, I will have pre-order links in the description if you're interested in checking it out. I think most, if not all, actually all of them are on Big Bad Toy Store. It just worked out that way this month, but yeah, I will have everything in the description. And if you're interested in any of those, you can just click there and, buy whatever you want. But again, we're going to transition from here to the news section, and we're going to stick on with TMNT Best Action. So we talked about a couple things that were announced for San Diego Comic-Con, that wave of Turtles, the dirty ones. We'll just say dirty, whatever. Those are going to be Comic-Con exclusives, and they also announced a couple other items that are going to be Comic-Con exclusives. So they're also going to do those same exact Turtles, but in a black and white color scheme. But actually, these are actually pretty cool compared to some other black and white colors that I've seen, where the turtles are black and white and stuff, and the masks are actually their specific color. So it actually looks pretty cool, but they're definitely getting the most out of their molding. We've seen this same wave of turtles released 3 different times. You got the regular version, you got the dirty version, and now you got the black and white version. For me, I'm just going to collect the default one. But a couple other things they announced for San Diego Comic-Con was a Super Shredder XL figure, which looks fucking awesome. This one's going to glow in the dark. Now, there's this and the next couple of figures that I'm going to talk about that I think are going to get regular releases on top of the Comic-Con exclusive figure. So this one is going to be a Comic-Con exclusive figure. They're going to be releasing this in retail, and again, we'll touch back on Shredder, but I think it looks awesome. It looks like it's designed from the TMNT 2 movie, where Shredder takes the ooze and then he becomes Super Shredder. I actually really like this Shredder quite a bit. I think it looks really, really good. Another figure they announced that is going to be a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive is Raphael, and he's going to be coming with a motorcycle, and the motorcycle is a golden motorcycle. It actually looks super cool. I actually like this quite a bit, to be honest. I won't be picking it up, but I just really like how it looks. And they also announced that they're going to be releasing every single turtle with their own colored motorcycle. So for San Diego Comic-Con, Raphael is getting a golden motorcycle, but he's also going to be getting a regular release where he comes with a red motorcycle. And, you know, Donnie will come with purple, Leo will come with blue, Mikey will come with orange. And I believe I read it where Leo and Donatello are going to be Walmart exclusives for the motorcycles, and then Raphael and Michelangelo are going to be Target exclusives with their motorcycles. So you're gonna have to do some hunting if you really want those, but I think it's pretty cool that, you know, they offer the golden one for San Diego Comic-Con and then the respective colors as regular retail releases. And probably my favorite thing that they announced is a Toka and Razor figure, but they're doing the arcade colors first. They kind of did this the same thing with the XL version of Krang, where they did the arcade version first and released that, and then like a couple weeks later they announced the regular version. So I'm expecting a regular version of Toka and Razor, but the fact they even created them I think is super cool. I'm really looking forward to these. I think they look great, even though they're in their arcade colors and I don't plan on getting those. I am just super happy that they even did them. Next, there's a little bit of Power Rangers Lightning Collection news. Some of it's Lightning Collection and some of it's not. The first thing is Lightning Collection, and that is in the month of June. They announced a brand new figure, and the figure is pretty much a re-release of a figure that we've already gotten, except this time he is translucent, and the figure I'm talking about is the Invisible Phantom Ranger. This was leaked a while ago, and I wasn't excited about it then, and now it's officially released, and I'm still not excited about it. I already have the regular Phantom Ranger, so I'm completely fine with that. For me personally, I think this is an absolute waste of a release. You know, good for them, they're getting second use out of their molds for the Phantom Ranger, but for me personally, absolute skip. I just want the regular one, and I have it. And the other Power Ranger figures that were announced were not Lightning Collection. This is a completely different company. This is coming from a company who I'm not familiar with, but they're called Multiverse. And they announced in the month of June that they are going to be releasing a 2-pack for an upcoming movie. It was Jason David Frank's last movie before his untimely passing. And he was creating kind of I think it's a fan-funded project. I'll just call it a fan film, but I think it's going to have like a big release and everything. He filmed a Power Ranger movie of sorts. Now, they can't use the word Power Rangers, but I've seen some clips of it. It actually looks pretty cool. And in the movie, he goes by the White Dragon, which is basically him as the White Ranger. And the movie's called Legend of the White Dragon. And the figures, it's a 2-pack of the White Dragon, and in it is a Black Dragon. It's black and red. I'm assuming it's going to be called Black Dragon. I'm not too sure what the character is. I'm assuming it's the villain, but they haven't revealed too much, but that was also shown off. This I'm probably not going to pick up, but I thought it was a pretty cool thing, so I just wanted to talk about it here. Next, we got some Marvel Legends news. Pretty quiet month for Marvel. They did announce some stuff, but the stuff I'm going to talk about is the stuff that pertains to me, and it was kind of a light month, to be honest. But the first thing that they announced was a brand new wave, and this is going to coincide with the Marvels movie that's coming out, the Captain Marvel 2 movie. And in the wave, we're going to be getting Captain Marvel, Monica Rambeau, and Miss Marvel, and those designs are going to be based on their MCU look from the movie. And in the wave, you also get Iron Man, Commander Rogers, Marvel Boy, and Karnak from the Inhumans. And if you get all the figures, they come with Build-A-Figure pieces to build Totally Awesome Hulk, who is a Hulk, but he's not Bruce Banner. It's a character by the name of Amadeus Cho. I'm not too familiar with him, but I've heard a little bit about him as a character. And honestly, this wave is kind of weak to me. For me, another Iron Man, another Captain America. Like, the Captain America is cool because it's not him as Captain America. It's him in like it's not civilian, but it's him as Commander Rogers, where he's not Captain America. He's still a hero, but he's not in the Captain America clothing. So that's kind of cool. Marvel Boy, I have no idea who that is. I have to do some research on that. The only one I'm interested in is Karnak from the Inhumans. And I know that's a weird one because I've never been like an Inhumans fan. But I think the figure looks cool, and I do kind of want to start building out some Inhumans. I know there's a Black Bolt figure that's been out for a while, and a Medusa figure, and I've been tempted to buy it. And if I'm going to get this Karnak, then I might start building out a Inhumans team. So don't be surprised if you see Black Bolt or Medusa on an upcoming episode of the figure pickups. And then as far as the Marvel girls, it doesn't really interest me too much because I don't collect MCU figures, so I didn't really pay attention to them. And the other thing announced in the month of June that I thought was pretty interesting was a 2-pack, and it is a 2-pack of Venom in his Space Knight costume. And he is coming along with a character by the name of Mania. Mania, I have no idea who they are. I'm not even going to pretend I know who they are, but they are in like a Venom symbiote, which is kind of cool. It's a female figure. And this Venom Space Knight version, it actually looks pretty cool, but the coolest thing about it, in my opinion, is the fact that it was a Build-A-Figure from a previous wave, like a while ago. And similar to the Blob figure, they're like, hey, you know what? We're going to re-release it for people who maybe missed out on that wave or didn't want to collect everything. Hey, now's your chance to buy the standalone, not standalone because it's a 2-pack, but you get your chance at buying the Venom Space Knight version. So I think that's super cool. I actually look forward to them doing more of these re-releases of Build-A-Figures. I think that's an excellent idea. It'll probably piss some fans off because there's probably fans that have bought the whole wave to, build certain figures. But, what are you going to do? At the end of the day, it's a business. They know people want it. And if people want it, they have to go buy it off third-party people. So Hasbro's not making money in that exchange. So how are they going to make money? Oh, we'll re-release the figure and we'll bring you a new figure along with it as well. So smart idea by Hasbro. Next, we're going to jump into some video game character news, and there was a couple interesting things that were announced. Actually, speaking of Jada Toys, we talked about them quite a bit this episode. We talked about them in the video game section with the Street Fighter figures. We talked about them in the pre-order section with the Mega Man figures. And we're going to be talking about them again because they announced that they're going to be releasing an exclusive figure for San Diego Comic-Con 2023. And the figure in question is going to be Evil Ryu, which is pretty cool. For me, it's a complete skip. I'm not interested in the Evil Ryu, but one thing I actually like is that they didn't put like a character that people would want where, you can get the regular Ryu if you want off like Big Bad Toy Store, or I know it's hit some stores, but I'm glad they didn't put like E Honda or Zangief or Guile behind this exclusive, where this one, it's kind of an extra if you want it, but for me, it's a complete skip, but super cool that they're even releasing it. Also in the month of June for video game character news, we've got McFarlane announced that they are in an agreement with Blizzard to make some figures of some of their properties, and there was a couple that were mentioned specifically, that being Diablo, World of Warcraft, and some other Warcraft game. I'm not too familiar with that, but yeah, it's all Warcraft and Diablo and shit. And that's cool and all, but like, for me, it's like, how about Overwatch? How about StarCraft? They have a couple other games under their belt, but like, Diablo's cool, and Diablo 4 came out recently, so there's some hype for it there. World of Warcraft, I'm assuming there's probably going to be an expansion to kind of correlate with that. But for me, I'm not interested in those. I'm interested in, I would even be interested in, StarCraft figures. But something I would like them to do, which is also a Blizzard property, is Overwatch. Hasbro had the Overwatch brand a couple years ago, and they released figures for it when Overwatch was like a very popular title. Overwatch has decreased in popularity over time. That's just how it happens. But Overwatch 2 got not announced, it came out last year. There's somewhat hype for it. It's constantly in the news, good or bad. And I think this would be a cool opportunity to release some figures that Hasbro never got a chance to. I think McFarlane can make like awesome versions of like Junker Queen, Roadhog, Winston, some of those bigger tank characters. Sigma would have been super cool. And there's a bunch of other Overwatch characters that I think would translate well into McFarlane's style. But hopefully that's in the pipeline. Hopefully they're just kind of starting out with Diablo and Warcraft, and then they'll kind of branch out into other Blizzard games. But yeah, I was sitting there wondering, like, why isn't Overwatch mentioned in this press release? Like, what the hell? But speaking of McFarlane, we're going to transition this into DC Multiverse. And they announced a couple cool things in the month of June. The first one being a couple of deluxe figures in Anti-Monitor and Batman Justice Buster. The Batman Justice Buster, I believe, is from a storyline where Jim Gordon was Batman. He took over for a little bit. And I believe that armor's from there. I could be wrong. But I don't really have too much of an interest in this. Anti-Monitor, though, I think looks pretty cool, and I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on this. I think it looks awesome. I like their deluxe figs, or their mega figs, that's what they call them. I think it looks cool. I really like the design, and I think they did a good job based on the images that they released. Also announced was a Blue Beetle single-carded figure, and that's going to be a gold label figure, and it's going to be a Target exclusive. They also announced a couple Blue Beetle figures in the month of June, because the movie's going to be coming out soon, so they announced some movie figures. Not interested in the movie figures, but this single-carded Blue Beetle actually looks pretty good. I believe it's a re-release. There was a Blue Beetle that came out in a 2-pack with Booster Gold, and I believe it's the same Blue Beetle, except they're putting it in a single card. I've had my eye on the 2-pack for a little bit. I do like it, but if I had an opportunity, I think I'd prefer to buy them single, so I might pick up this Blue Beetle if I can find it. We don't have Target in Canada, so it might be a little bit of a workaround to try and pick this up, but I definitely have this on my list to get. And the last thing announced in the month of June was they announced a Alan Scott Green Lantern figure. We kind of talked about this last month where they announced the Dread Knight figure, and I was like, oh, that's cool and all. We get this, and I know they're eventually going to release the regular version of Alan Scott as a Green Lantern, and guess what? Lo and behold, they did. And that's cool, but the thing is, it's not going to be part of the DC Multiverse line. It's going to be part of a new line called McFarlane's Collector Edition Wave. It might be a little like sub-brand from the DC Multiverse, but the way I read it and they kind of described it, it seemed like a completely different wave in general. But also announced in the wave is going to be a first appearance Superman and a newer Batman villain by the name of Abyss. I'm not too familiar with them. They kind of look like a Fortnite character. I feel like I've seen like that as a Fortnite skin. I could be wrong. But I'm very interested to see the box for this. Hopefully it's not too different from the DC Multiverse stuff, so I can have everything kind of match. But I definitely have plans to buy that Alan Scott Green Lantern figure whenever they kind of put it out for pre-order. I will definitely be picking it up. Next, we got some Transformers Beast Wars news. There was actually a little bit of Beast Wars news. I was very surprised. They announced a fan stream for June 20th. I was like, holy shit, these fan streams are just popping up like it's nothing. I'm waiting for a Power Rangers fan stream. I'd really like them to announce some new stuff, but you know what, that's nor here nor there. But in the fan stream, they did announce a couple like Rise of the Beast figures and some other Transformers figures, but they did announce one Beast Wars figure, and the figure is not really a new release, which kind of sucks because it kind of follows the trend of the past few releases, at least of the Beast Wars characters, where they'll release the regular version and then they'll release like a different color wave of it, and that's kind of what happened here. But I did a little bit of research and actually learned that this repaint is actually its own character. It's actually a completely different character, and the name is Aunt Agony, and the figure is a repaint of Inferno, who is the Fire Ant. We've shown him off in a previous episode of these figure pickups. And if you saw that, his base color is red because he's a fire ant, but this recoloring version of him has him as black and purple, and it actually comes with a different head, or an extra head. I have written down also comes with an extra head. I don't know if I messed that up. I know it comes with a different head, but I'm not sure if it comes with another piece for a head. But yeah, it's a completely different character. A pretty cool name, Ant Agony. That's actually a fun play on words. So I will probably not pick this up right away when it releases, but if it goes on sale at any point, I will definitely pick it up. And then something else that they revealed that was not really Beast Wars, but I kind of want it to be, and I'll explain it in a second, is they announced a Transformers collab 2-pack with Jurassic Park. This is actually the second one that they've done. They did one before with a T-Rex and a Jeep or something like that. And this one is another 2-pack. It's a dinosaur and a vehicle. I have written down that this one's a Jeep, so maybe the other one wasn't a Jeep. I'm not too sure. Whatever, that's not the point. But anyway, so the vehicle is Autobot, and it's a Jeep that transforms. But the dinosaur that they use here, it's called Dilophoton, which is a dinosaur, and it's actually like a real dinosaur. It's not like a mechanical dinosaur. It's not a robot. It's actually like an actual dinosaur. The only downside that is kind of making me consider not buying this is that it has the Decepticon label instead of the Predacon label. But honestly, it actually looks pretty cool. It's a really cool looking dinosaur. It's the one that spits acid, and I feel like it would fit right into my Beast Wars collection. Even though it's not like an official Beast Wars character, it's still a dinosaur, I can easily fit it in. So I might consider this, to be honest with you, but right now I'm probably going to pass on it, but this is definitely something that I have my eye on. Next, we're going to be jumping into some Dragon Ball S.H.Figuarts news. They announced a bunch of cool figures for San Diego Comic-Con, which we'll talk about in a second. The first figure they announced, which we already touched on, was the short-haired Yamcha, and I already spoke my piece about it. I pre-ordered it. I love it. I think it looks great. I wanted it. It's the version of Yamcha I want, and now I get a chance to get it. So I thought that was a pretty cool release. They also announced a standalone figure of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan Vegeta. Actually, I just learned, I did some research after the Vegito thing, where Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan God are two different forms. I had no idea. I thought it was just some stupid Japanese English translation thing where it repeats itself. But no, Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, two different versions. So in this one, you get a Vegeta who comes with the blue hair. That's the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan version. And he also comes with a head with red hair. And that's the regular Super Saiyan God version. So I'm glad I got that clarified. But this looks pretty cool. I'm probably going to skip it for now just because I'm not too familiar with these Super Saiyan God versions of Vegeta. There is a Super Saiyan version of Vegeta that was released recently that I want to pick up, so we might be seeing that sooner or later. But yeah, as far as this one, I might pick it up eventually, but I'm not in a hurry for it. And then, as I mentioned earlier, they announced a couple of San Diego Comic-Con exclusive figures, and god damn it, I am so angry about one in particular. So they announced 3 different figures. The first one was another Vegeta figure, but this one is his Majin Vegeta version, where he was taken over by, I believe it was Babidi, and he has the M on his forehead. He's all evil and stuff. That's a pretty cool figure. For me, probably going to skip that. The next figure they announced was actually a 2-pack. The next 2 figures are going to be 2-packs, but the first one here is a Battle Damaged Super Saiyan 2 Teen Gohan. And in that 2-pack, you also get Spirit Super Saiyan Goku. And it is to recreate that iconic scene from the Cell fight, the final Cell fight, where Goku from the spirit world, they Super Saiyan Kamehameha together. It's sick, and they kill Cell once and for all. So that's a really cool 2-pack. I actually like it quite a bit, but I'll probably be skipping out on it. But the one that they announced that I really want to get my hands on, because I really like this character for some reason. Other 2-pack that they announced was another Gohan, but this time you get the child version, him as a young kid. And also in that 2-pack is Raditz. And I like Raditz for some reason. I really have a fascination with him. I just think he's a cool character. He looked awesome. He had the super long hair. He has the Saiyan armor. I thought he was super underutilized in the show. They kind of killed him off right away. But I felt there was so much that they always could have done with him. I've tried to get a Raditz figure before, but they're so expensive because they haven't done a Raditz figure in so long. Hopefully all these figures get like regular releases, like some of the other companies, like we mentioned, like with Loyal Subjects and the Best Action line. What they usually do is they'll do a special Comic-Con release, and then they'll do a regular retail release for some of these figures. I don't know if Tamashii Nations is going to do that with these figures. That would be pretty cool. I'm not holding my breath because they've done some lame stuff in the past that I haven't really been a fan of. So I don't really expect it, but man, I really, really want that Raditz 2-pack. I could care less for the Gohan. Like, that's just a cool addition. I really just want the Raditz. I love that figure. And then another thing that was announced, but it's not Dragon Ball related, but it's S.H.Figuarts related. It has nothing to do with any of the collections that I collect, but I just thought it looked super fucking awesome. It is a figure called Chogokin Super Magical Combined King Robo Mickey and Friends. That is the exact title of the thing. I copied and pasted it because I didn't want to miss any of the words in that sentence. But basically, it's... Think of Mickey Mouse and his friends, Pluto, Goofy, Donald, and all that stuff. Think if they were kind of like Power Rangers and then they had their own Megazord. That's what this would be. And it looks fucking sick, to be honest with you. It's a Megazord. You got Mickey Mouse, Pluto, you got Goofy, Daisy, Donald, and Minnie Mouse. They all come together to make this awesome looking Megazord. It looks fucking awesome. Like, I can't say it enough. It looks awesome. It's $400, which is pretty expensive, but I just wanted to give a special shout out to this thing because it looks fucking awesome. And then last but not least, we got some wrestling figure news, and to start us off with Jazzwares and some AEW figures. In the month of June, we had the debut of Collision, which is a new show that AEW launched alongside Dynamite and Rampage. It's another brand for them. And with the debut of Collision, Jazzwares decided to kind of make it a special day and announced a brand new figure. They announced a Samoa Joe figure, and the Samoa Joe figure is going to be a Target exclusive. It looks pretty cool. I was kind of hoping he'd come with the Ring of Honor TV title. I'm very surprised he didn't because he's had it for over a year at this point, so I thought it would have been like a slam dunk thing for sure for him to come with it, but they didn't include it with him. But the figure itself, I think, looks pretty cool. I actually look forward to picking up a Samoa Joe figure. I know he's going to be coming out in one of these waves coming up soon. But if you can't wait for that, where he'll probably come with the Ring of Honor TV title, you can always grab this one if you can find it at a Target. And Jazzwares also announced another figure, and it was a CM Punk figure, of course. CM Punk is back in AEW, and they revealed a throwback CM Punk figure from his days in Ring of Honor, and he comes with the long blonde hair and the yellow shorts, that classic CM Punk look. And that is actually a pretty cool looking figure. I don't know if I'd pick that up, but I would definitely entertain the prospect of picking it up, but probably for sure Samoa Joe. CM Punk's kind of a maybe. Next, we got some indie wrestling figure news, and when I mean indie wrestling figure news, it's not to do with like indie wrestling. It's, it's not the big companies. It's not the Jazzwares. It's not the Mattels. It's not... Well, actually, those would be the two big ones. Everything else I'd kind of consider indie. But there was an update provided on the Cella Toys Uncensored Sabu figure. So those of you who don't know, there was this company called Cella Toys. They announced the Sabu figure early last year and put it up for pre-order. I actually pre-ordered it when they announced it because I really want this Sabu figure. I think it looks awesome. Anyways, long story short, the company went out of business. It was taken over by another company who kind of had to clean up their mess. And the company provided a update on the Sabu figure because we haven't heard about anything in a while. And basically they announced that they're still being worked on. It's being prioritized in the factory that it's being worked on. They're saying it's going to take a little bit longer due to the articulation of the figure. And it was supposed to come out earlier this year, but now they're hoping to have it done by the end of the year. Which kind of sucks, but you know what? I just want this figure to come out, so As long as it's perfect. Maybe not perfect, but like I want it to be really good. I want it to be a solid figure. I really like Sabu. This seems like a very promising figure, so hopefully it's done correctly. They have released one figure previously in their uncensored line, and it was a Dynamite Kid. And in this uncensored line, it's basically Mattel Elite style articulation. And it looked pretty good. Like I saw a couple people review it, and they didn't have any negative feedback. They said it was all pretty positive, so that's pretty good to see. Hopefully the same can be said with the Sabu. But I saw someone post a comment. I'm going to take this with a grain of salt, but it kind of gave me hope, where someone said that the figure is further along in development than what they're making it out to be, which I can definitely see, because you don't want to jerk the fans around anymore, because they've been waiting for over a year now, where it's like, oh, they're coming in summer, and it's like, psych, there was a delay or whatever. So I can definitely see them coming out sooner than later. I definitely think they'll be up before the end of the year, but I'm thinking like late summer. I'm thinking like late September is probably when we'll get them in hand. Hopefully, fingers crossed, hopefully before Christmas. But actually, fun fact, this is actually the same company that's supposed to be doing the Impact Wrestling figures. You know, the ones that went up for pre-order, had a release date of June 2023. But guess what? There's been no update on those, so honestly, I don't know when to expect those. If Sabu's any indication, then we won't be getting these figures until next year. So that's super lame, but yeah, hopefully everything's on track, because I just want my figures, you know? I pre-ordered them, I want them, and yeah, I just want my figures, man. Next, we got some Storm collectible news. So we talked about them last episode, where they announced a brand new wrestling figure. And the wrestler they announced that they're doing a figure of is El Desperado. Well, in the month of June, they shared off a photo of what we can expect. And goddamn, it looks fucking awesome. It's only like a headshot of sorts. You don't really get to see the full body, but I like what I see so far, and I might be pre-ordering this. I'm a big fan of masked wrestlers. And last but not least, we have some Mattel WWE news. They showed off a couple new figures. They showed off some figures of like some upcoming stuff and announced some new stuff. The first thing they announced, that with the release of Wave 104, Elite Wave 104, they confirmed that the Rick Steiner figure has not been canceled and will be getting a release. I'm sure there's a group of people that aren't too happy about that, but yeah, it is being released, which is pretty cool. Like I said before, not in this video, but a previous one whenever this was announced, I don't agree with anything that he said, but I do want a Rick Steiner figure. Next, they showed off the first two figures of Elite Wave 105, and it's going to be Braun Strowman and Io Sky. Those are going to be two of the 6 people in that wave. And I got to be honest, the Braun Strowman looks fantastic. I might have to pick this one up. I have his first Elite figure where he had like the long hair and the wide family, and I haven't got one since. I've seen he's had a bunch with like his bald look and stuff, but this new one, the Wave 105, looks killer. They also revealed a brand new line, and they revealed that they're going to be doing a Best of Legends wave to coincide with the Best of Elite wave that they got going on as well, and Best of Ultimates that they're also doing. It's just a way for people to get figures that they might have missed out on, which is pretty cool. But the Wave 1 of the Legends is going to be Terry Funk, Honky Tonk Man, Bruno Sammartino, Davey Boy Smith, and Ultimate Warrior. That's only 5 names, and usually they do waves of 6, so maybe there's a 6th person that they'll be adding to this. But yeah, there's some of those old Legends figures that I would love for them to re-release, so hopefully they pop up in this line. And speaking of Best of Waves, they revealed Best of Elite Wave 3, and in that wave we are going to be getting Earthquake, Typhoon, Brutus Beefcake, The Rock as the Scorpion King, Roddy Piper from some movie, I'm not sure, I think it's They Live, I think that's the name of the movie, Seth Rollins in Shield gear, R-Truth, and the kicker for this wave is Bray Wyatt, but it is a unreleased Bray Wyatt figure. This was a previous Bray Wyatt figure that was supposed to be in a 2-pack with a Matt Hardy for their Ultimate Deletion match that they had on Raw. And this was going to be a 2-pack to kind of commemorate that, but then Matt Hardy ended up leaving, so they canceled it. And this is an awesome way for them to bring back that Bray Wyatt and, put it out for people who wanted it. So I think that's super cool. But one of the interesting things about this is the fact that they're bumping up the wave numbers to 8, where, the best of Elite waves so far, there's been 2 of them. Those waves have had 6 in total, 6 figures in the wave, and with this one, we're going to be getting 8 figures, so possibly some exclusives. I can see them doing like 6 of these are in the wave, and then maybe one's like a Target exclusive, one's a Walmart exclusive. But if they're actually bumping it up to an 8-figure wave, that is awesome, because that allows us to get these figures quicker, and for them to kind of speed run the list of figures that they want to do. So that's actually really cool. So lots of cool stuff in the month of June. That is going to be it for the news. We're wrapping up here, and I want to thank you guys for watching. Look forward to the next episode of my monthly figure pickups. July should be quite a busy month, not in terms of figure pickups. I got a couple things on the way, and a couple things I actually have already for the video. But with San Diego Comic-Con happening in July, there's going to be tons of fucking figure news, so expect maybe a very beefy pre-order and news section for the next episode. Very excited about that. So that is going to be it for me. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode of my monthly figure pickups for June 2023. Also, don't forget to give me some feedback. Should I do the book thing? Is that a segment I should add? Let me know in the comment section. I actually would like some feedback for that. And if the feedback's positive and people want to see it, I will buy a book in the month of July and read it, and then we can talk about it in the episode. And, maybe I can do like a small little book review, if I'd recommend it or not, maybe something like that. So definitely let me know in the comment section. I'm very interested to see what people have to say. But I want to thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Keep up with everything that's going on the channel. I'll catch you guys next time. And until then, guys, peace out.